Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yes, yes, yes. Hello. Welcome back. It is round 4. Zolder, Belgium for the BMX Supercross World Cup. I'm Dr. Jason Richardson, and I'm sitting here with the effervescent Miss Sammy Cools. How are you?
I'm doing excellent.
Great. So just so you know, there is a car racetrack in the same facility as this BMX track in the beautiful city town of Zolder in the province of Limburg, region of Flanders, known for its large cycling community and culture. Not only is there this amazing BMX track, but there is also a network of mountain bike trails and road cycling circuits. And sometimes the road cyclists take to the car track. As you can see here, this beautifully wooded land, modern buildings mixed with the old as well in the Circuit Zolder. This BMX course is 384 meters long. Host of the World Championships in 2015, and they are slotted to host the rest of the not the rest of the World Cups, but World Cups through 2020. Round 1, elite men and women at 12:30, last chance qualifier at 1:30. Then we're on to single elimination rounds at 2:05, followed by the 16th finals for elite men. Then we get back to mixed racing action with both the men and women at 3:30. Down to the quarterfinals at 4:10, on to the semifinals at 4:45. And the women's elite final, that's going to be a great one. That will be at 5:25, and we will finish off with men's elite final just after that. The conditions here, cloudy, the temperature 19 degrees Celsius, and the wind just up a tick, 1 kilometer from round 3's wind. And it has not been too much of an issue. As you can see, the sun is shining. We have some review of round 3. As you can see, Mariana Pajón in lane 2 with those golden lenses, the gold medal mindset. Next to Laura Smolder, she has thus far been undefeated. A little bit of lane choice was the talk in the pits as Mariana Pajón chose lane 2, allowing Laura Smolders to pick lane 1, and it worked because, as you can see, Mariana Pajón shut Miss Smolders down early on. Mariana Pajón went on to take that shining victory on that shining gold bike, followed by Christensen and Hernandez. She said she needed it, and she got it, because she said she's not even exactly where she wants to be, but she does want to be in the winner's circle, and winners are grinners. As you can see, we have Connor Fields from yesterday, the eye of the tiger next to his compatriot Corbin Schirra. He gets a great start with the Dutch national champion really going for that win, but Connor just edges him out in the first turn and takes it all the way to the line with a celebratory Edzis Tremanis taking that 3rd place. So it will be Fields, Vanderberg, and Tremanis. That was your top 3 from round 3. But today on this beautiful track, the sun is shining. The first guy in this point standing is Connor Fields, followed by Tori Nyhog, Dave Vandenberg, Sylvain Andre, Joris Daudet, Twan Van Gent, Bodie Turner, Edzis Tremanis. Those will be the top 8 in the point standings through round 3. In the women, we have Smolders holding on to a lead. Pajón only 20 points back, with Christensen, Reynolds, Bondarenko, Bao, Suvarova, and Hernandez rounding out the top 8 in points. And we know it will get more and more hotly contested as we go on. The Lotto BMX track is a length of 384 meters. It is the home of the Belgian national team. This is the first Supercross World Cup this track has held. But as we have said before, it was home to the 2015 World Championships, and I believe there will be a World Cup every year through 2020, and Sam is going to take us around the track with Mr. Resende.
The happy man, plate 500. He's going to take us through a little GoPro cam here in Zolder, Belgium. He's going to give you a rider's eye view of how the track is going to look and feel down the 8-meter starting hill. They have a triple going, nice big triple step down going into the first turn. It's going to take you through the men's pro straight, which is 3 nicely sized doubles going into that second turn, which is going to be tight. Lots of people can make those moves. Set up for this third straightaway, technical straightaway. Saw many different ways yesterday that the riders got through into the last turn. Then they're going to go to a fairly long last straightaway, I feel. So there's a lot of change up here. Second to first or even fifth to fourth. So keep your eye on that today in this amazing racing action.
Amazing race action coming up, as we've stated. So when you see the riders on the track, they will be gearing up for round 1. The men will be vying for their rights to get to the 30-second finals. And as you know, out of round 1, if you don't make it, you go to the last chance qualifier. In round 1, heat 1, we have Fields, Pelluard, Tournebizet, Geerling, Hubert, De Silva, Molenfant, and Luki. A full gate of 8 to start out the day. Just wanted to say to all the moms in North America and wherever it is Mother's Day, because I know it is in North America, happy Mother's Day. And if you are with your children, taking them to a sport, tournament, or chasing after them around the house, we definitely appreciate the effort. So happy Mother's Day. Round 1, heat 1. Connor Fields in lane 1 as we wait for the call. Out of the gate they go, down the 8-meter hill. It looks like Connor Fields with a little bit of style as he jumps into the first turn in first. Looking good, wanting to continue on where he left off. The sun is shining. It's going to be Fields, Pelluard, and Tournebizet 1, 2, and 3 as they head into turn 2.
Connor Fields looking strong again today. Nice and smooth through that third straightaway, followed by Frenchman Pelluard. Going into that last turn, it's going to be all about Connor Fields looking strong on that chase bike. It's going to be Connor for the 1, Pelluard for the 2, followed by Tournebizet and Geerling from Netherlands for the 4.
Great ride by Connor Fields. Always nice to start out a Sunday with a bullet with a first place finish. Your official from that round will be Fields, Pelluard, Tournebizet, and Geerling. The last 4 will unfortunately have to go to the last chance qualifier. Next up, heat 2, Tremanis, Buti, Posey, Yoshimura, Sanier, Bias, Martinez, and Fleming. Another full gate of 8 as they're looking to see the top 4 move on out of round 1. Tremanis in lane 1, most likely feeling confident from that third place finish in round 3. Good gates had by all. Looks like it will be Tremanis with Posey trying to test him. Looked like Posey might have had a little bit of the edge, but Tremanis had the line. So it's going to be Tremanis and Posey 1, 2, and 3 with Buti, the Swiss rider, in third, jumping into turn 2.
Tremanis pulling away, but Posey wants to close the gap in the second. The Swiss rider, Buti, in the third, and going into the last turn, it's all going to be about Tremanis, nice and smooth. Posey and Buti fighting it out for the second and third place, and the fourth going to 9:01 of Bias from Netherlands.
Bias fighting for that last spot. Posey, a little bit of a photo finish at the end, but he will get through, although the times do matter because they count for lane selection in the next rounds. You can see the sun is no longer shining on the track. We do have some clouds out, and they do cover the sun every now and then. A little built-in air condition, but the official is Tremanis, Buti, Posey, and bias. Posey moving up, Booty moving up quite well past Posey in that round. Heat 3, we have Nyhog, Schottman, Janssens, Ramiro Marino, Schunk, Ballerini, Guzman, and Elbers. Featured rider is Tori Nyhog. He seems to be finding his way in the main events quite consistently this season as of last. So this Canadian is an Olympian. His best Supercross finish was a 4th, and he's looking to improve upon that. Or his best was a 2nd. Out of the gate they go. Tori Nyhog from lane 1 looking to own that first straightaway, and he does as he leaps into the first corner in first as we see a little bit of bar banging for 2nd and 3rd. It will be Nyhog, Schottman, and Marino trying to jump into 3rd place in the 2nd corner.
Tori Nyhog is running away with it. It's not good enough for 2nd place. He wants first today. He's going to fight for that. Jump in the triple into the last turn. It's going to be Tori Nyhog taking it home for the win, followed by Scoutman and Marino for the 3rd, with the Belgium rider picking up that 4th place position of Janssens.
Janssens getting in there for that final 4th spot for the final countdown as they're playing out there. The official Nyhog, Schottman, Marino, and Janssens, Elbers, and Guzman, unfortunately, will go to the last chance qualifier. Heat number 4, Shara, Marquardt, Tehiko, Kronk, Topinka, Grazian, Ike, Gama, and Etalon from France. Another full gate. Corbin Shara has been lighting it up on this track with the fast lap times and all. This American looking to get to the main event again, because I'm quite certain Shara came here to win, not just make the main event. All starts with round 1. Waiting for the call. Shara out of the gate with that casual and powerful style as he gaps them into the first turn. Quite a lead already as he comes out of the first turn nice and clean with the Swiss rider, Marquardt, diving into 2nd place. So we have Shara, Marquardt, and the Australian in 3rd.
Shara is running away. It's nice and smooth through that 2nd and 3rd straightaway. Heading into the last turn, he's going to be followed by the Swiss rider and the Aussie rides, but it's going to be Shara, Marquardt, Kronk, 1, 2, and 3 with a 2:47. The Australian ride picking up Tehiko, picking up that 4th place finish.
Yes, Tehiko and Kronk making Luke Medill proud, getting out of the first round, 3rd and 4th respectively. The official is Shara, Marquardt, Kronk, and Tehiko. They will move on out of round 1 as we look back up to the hill. Round 1, Heat 5. Another superstar in lane 1, Andre, Fox, Chappelle, Bujaki, Clebor, Vallon, Bohoslavek, and rock and roll Cole Tizar in lane 8. Talking to Cole Tizar's coach today, saying that Cole wanted to put in some really good efforts today. Heat 5, looks like Andre comes out with meaning some serious business. Cole Tizar with a good start, but cases the first jump. Let's see if he can hold on to that 4th place as everyone's diving in the first corner. Coming out, though, it will be Andre, Bujaki, and Fox, respectively, leaping into the 2nd corner. Sam, what do you see?
Andre coming into that 3rd turn looking strong, followed by Bujaki. Into the last turn, it's going to be the French ride of Sylvia and Andre, pulling away from the crowd. Bujaki, Chappelle from France in the 3rd place, coming across the finish line. It's going to be Andre, Bujaki, Chappelle, and Fox from New Zealand.
Good ride from Fox and Chappelle. Andre just handling that lap, start to finish. The official Andre, Bujaki, Chappelle. Chappelle show in 3rd place. Finishing up will be Fox. They will be moving on. Heat number 6, Stindl putting in a good show during round 3. He's looking to improve upon a semi-finish, followed by Omant, Klashenko, Osario, Bonini, Villemont, Jacob, and Gargaglia. See the starter waiting to give the call. DJ playing some nice beats in the background, and I think we're official. Curious to see if Stindl can take advantage of lane 1. I believe he's going to do it, even with a slight case on the first jump. He's going to stick his nose in there anyway and get in front of Klashenko. So it's going to be Stindl, Klashenko, and Osorio, 1, 2, and 3, jumping into the second corner, exiting with the greatest of speed.
The German rider, Stindl, showing that pink bike, first place around this track into the last corner. It's going to be Stindl, the Russian rider of Klashenko, coming in 1 and 2. It's all about Stindl, Klashenko, Omant, and Giuliano from Colombia.
Yes, the photo finish. They're both in there, but they want to know who beat whom, as everyone is fighting for lane choice, or strategizing for lane choice is more like it. The official will be Stindl, Klashenko, Omant, and Osorio Giraldo. That will be your top 4. They will move on as we move on to heat number 7. Kadyshev, Vidi, Trey White, Gillot, Webster, Yamaguchi, and Svanberg. Not a big Swedish contingent, however, it's always nice to have a diverse group of riders on the gate. Heat 7, round 1. See if the Russian can make use of lane 1. Doesn't look like it, as Vidi shuts him down, gets the elbow in front as he jumps into the first turn. The Russian finds his way in. That inside line is ever so important on this track. So it'll be Vidi, Kadyshev, and Webster, as Webster has some drama from the Japanese rider just in 4th.
Kadyshev is knocking on Vidi's door, coming through the 3rd straightaway, but it's going to be all about the Latvian rider. Vidi, first place. Kadyshev, Webster coming in for 3, but it's going to be Vidi, Kadyshev, Webster, and White.
Yes, White making a move over that triple into the last corner, edging out the Japanese rider. Trey White shaking his head, but he did get through just behind Webster, Kadyshev, and Vidi, respectively, as those 4 will move on out of Heat 7. In Heat number 8, we have Evans, Racine, Hughes, Boguer, Denis Loller, Bernhardt, and Espejo from Argentina. Featured rider Kyle Evans came so close to making the main in round 3. He definitely wants to get in that main event, and he has the speed to do so. Out of the gate, he shoots out like a bullet. Kyle Evans straight to the front with a pretty decent lead as he heads into the first turn. Taking that pure bicycle to the front early on, it will be Evans, Hughes, and Racine, 1, 2, and 3, as they spread out heading into the second corner.
British Army going in and out first. In that first place, it's going to be Evan with Hughes right behind him into the last turn. It's going to be Evan, Hughes. The French rider is wanting a little bit more. Racine from France in the 3, but it's going to be Hughes. Evans, Hughes, Racine, and Bogart from Belgium in the 4.
Great ride by Evans and Hughes, the youngster. I think he might be one of the youngest in the field. Official, Evans, Hughes, Racine, and Bogart from Belgium. I know the locals are happy about seeing him on the track again. Heat 9, Matthew, Ospina, Patma, Kimmen, Munoz, Paulsen, and Milano. Milano having the fastest reaction time, and that will be the fastest time to the bottom of the hill. So Milano has the speed. Searching to find some consistency today. Matthew in lane 1. The Chase Carbon bicycle, looking to make Christophe Levesque proud. Heat 9. Off they go, charging down the 8-meter hill. I see Matthew and Keeman 1 and 2. Looks like Keeman might have a slight lead, but Matthew has the inside line. So it's going to be Matthew, followed by Ospina and Keeman 1, 2, and 3, with another Dutch rider in 4th.
Matthew coming nice and strong, going through that 3rd straightaway. Ospina from Colombia in the 2, but it's the Dutch Army knocking on the door. But it's going to be all about Matthew, Ospina, Keeman in the in the 3 going into the 2. It's going to be a photo finish. Mahiu, Kimin, Ospina, and Popma for the 4.
Popma popped into 4th place. Actually, he was in 4th place pretty much the whole lap, rode a strong lap. So we have 2 of the Orange Army in 3rd and 4th or in 2nd and 4th, excuse me, getting out of that lap. Mahiu, Kimin, Ospina, and Popma will be your official qualifiers from that round. Heat 10, we see Patty Sherrick, Malishenkov, Tanner Sebesta, the American, the Texan, Van Gronendahl, Garoyan, Kieman, and Hecker. Out of the gate, the sun is dipped behind the clouds, cooling off just a little, but the race action is hot. Sebesta making the best of that start, not giving Sherrick any room on the inside. So it's going to be Tanner Sebesta running away right now into the 2nd turn with Sherrick behind him and 2 of the Orange Army looking to make some more moves.
Sebesta putting down a good lap thus far. Going into the last turn, it's going to be all about Sebesta, followed closely by the great British rider of Sherrock with Van de Grenendal in the 3, but it's going to be the great British rider Sherrock just edging out Sebesta for the 1st, Kimin and Van de Grenendal for the 4.
Yes, Sam, the race is to the finish, isn't it? So we see Sherrick edging out Sebesta, followed by Kimin and Van de Gronendal. Those will be your qualifiers from Heat 10. In Heat 11, we see Nagasako, Shippers, Dubois, Brechon, Desroches, Charavant, and Gendreneau. 3 French riders from the Legion that they sent over this weekend. Heat 11, round 1. Will Nagasako make use of lane 1? I don't know. Only time will tell. I see a Dutch rider going straight to the front, followed by Nagasako. He actually swings a little bit wide to get a good arc of that 1st corner, but it's going to be Shippers, Nagasako, Dubois, 1, 2, and 3 going into the 2nd corner. Sam, take it away.
Shippers letting up just a little bit, and that's going to give the Japanese rider of Nagasako just a little bit of room. Ow! And he just blows up down that 3rd straightaway. So it's going to be Shippers in 1, Dubois for the 2, and the Swiss ride coming in 3 of Richardson.
Yes.
Chavien from France picking up that 4.
That was a wild ride. Looks like the Japanese rider got off rhythm in the rhythm section, sent him flying off the track. The official Shippers, Dubois, Brechon, and Charavant. Those will be your qualifiers, and Nagasako will unfortunately have to go to the last chance qualifier, doing 1 more lap than planned. Round 1, Heat 12, we have Komarov, Lopez, Doucette, Kai White, Ladegard, Cardoso, and Rutz. Kai White looking to qualify this round, so his brother does not have bragging rights. Russian contingent looking strong as ever, and as we see down the 1st straight, Komarov is no exception. He's flying in and out of the 1st corner, so it's going to be Komarov, followed by the Frenchman of Lanegarde and Lopez. Komarov just extending the lead, riding really aggressively on the front of his bike.
Komarov, nice, strong down that 1st, 2nd straightaway. He's going to try to keep it moving through this 3rd and 4th technical straightaway, going through the last turn. It's going to be a race for 2nd, 3rd, but it's Komarov, Lenargut for the 2nd, and it's going to be a fight for 3rd. Who's it going to be? Komarov for the 1st, Lagarde, White, and Lopez from Colombia picking up that 4th place position.
Official is Komarov, Lanegarde, Kai White getting in there with the 3rd, followed by Lopez from Colombia. Heat 13, Van Gent, McLean, Sciortino, Webster, Amadou Mir, Godoy, Becerra, and Jackal. Featured rider, Amadou Mir, smile on his face, known for those powerful 1st straights. Young rider, a lot of energy, and apparently a really good dancer. Out of the gate, looks like the Australian shut down just a bit in lane 2 as Van Gent is the fastest down the hill with Amadou Mir edging him out from the outside. That's pretty rare to do and hard to do on this track with Van Gent. So it'll be Mir, Van Gent, and Webster 1, 2, and 3 as they head into the second corner.
Mir, Van Gent, Webster 1, 2, 3 heading into that third straightaway. It's going to be the French ride of Mir showing his skills through that third, going into the last turn. Mir, Van Gent 1, 2, Webster in 3 with the Australian rider coming into that fourth place position. That will be McLean.
Good ride by Mir. That's got to be good for the confidence to win, to beat Twan Van Gent from the outside. That's no small feat. Official is Mir, Van Gent, Webster, and McLean. They will move on out of Heat 13 as we look back up to the hill for Heat 14 with Turner, Volk, Van der Weist, Homsch, and De Souza Filo. Bodie Turner looking to get the main event today, but it starts with round 1. A little bit of an overjump into the first, over the first jump, but nonetheless, he's coming out of the first turn first, making good use of that powerful first straight. Turner, Volk 1 and 2 as they spread out into the second corner.
Turner, Volk 1 and 2, followed by the Brazilian rider of De Souza. Going through that third straightaway, it's going to be Bodie Turner coming out nice and strong. Swiss ride of Volk and De Souza from Brazil. In that fourth place position, it's going to be the 240, the Australian rider of Homsch.
Good ride by Homsch getting in there. Will be Homsch, De Souza, Volk, and Turner winning that round. Turner wanting to make another main event appearance. He said that felt pretty good back in Papendal. Heat 15, we have Shawnee Gain, Dyke, Palmer, Clerté, Schaub, Galiamov, and Damblon. Young Shawnee Gain in lane 1. Out of the gate they come. Shawnee Gain, known for his starts. He was a junior world champion, looking to find his stride in elite, and right now he's looking pretty good as it will be a North American contingent coming out of the first turn. Palmer, Gain, Palmer as they are having fun in the second corner.
Gain and Palmer switching back and forth through that second straightaway, but it looks like it's going to be Shawnee Gain to take it into the last turn. Shawnee Gain followed by closely by Palmer, 1 and 2. The German ride of Shrub in 3 coming to the finish line. It will be Gain, Palmer, photo finish, Shrub for the third, and another photo finish for Dyke and Clerté.
Clerté hoping the camera and the timing will be on his side for that last qualifying position. Great ride by Shawnee Gain and Palmer. They look comfortable. Look like they're having a bit of fun out there. So the official is Gain, Palmer, Schaub, and Dyke. Clerté just missing out and forced to go to the LCQ. Heat 16, Kai Sakakibara, Mondemakers, Molina, Milano, Freiswick, McConey, and Lucas. Milano, excuse me, with the fastest time down the hill. My apologies to the Venezuelan contingent. Out of the gate, looks like Kai Sakakibara wants to take advantage of lane 1, but as we see, Milano is right there to meet him in the first corner. Kai Sakakibara taking advantage of lane 1, diving in the first corner, so it'll be Sakakibara, Milano, and Mondemakers with his work cut out for him in turn 2 as it gets tight.
Sakakibara running away for the pack, but it looks like it's going to be Milano and Mondemakers in 2 and 3 going into the last turn. Sakakibara from Australia on the 7-7 bike, showing us how it should be done. Sakakibara for the first, followed by for the second, Milano from Venezuela, Mondemakers, and Molina for the 4.
Very disappointing for the rider down in turn 2. However, Sakakibara, Milana, Mondemakers making it happen, and Molina, they will be moving on. Heat 17. I see the magician, Ramirez, Seegers, Tugas, Villar, Dumais, Garcia Gonzalez, and Tomizioli.
Okay, a Belgian guy in this one. Number 15.
Carlos Ramirez in lane 1, patiently waiting.
Over the finish.
We're official.
Okay, the gate runs
Out of the gate, looks like Ramirez had his wheel up for a couple of extra pedals than normal, but down the first jump, he's actually pulling away into the first corner. This is a good first straight for him. Not much magic to make from behind because it's Ramirez in front, followed by the French rider, and a battle going on for third in the second corner.
Ramirez going away, followed by Villard for the second, but it's a fight for third and fourth and fifth qualifying position. Ramirez running away with it. It looks like the play date is going to come through the finish line first, followed by the French rider Villard for the second. The third rider is Seegers, and Garcia from Venezuela picking up the fourth.
Yes, disappointing for Tugas. I'm sure he expected to be out of that round and not going to the last chance qualifier, but the official is Ramirez, Bayard, Seegers, and Garcia Gonzalez. South Americans looking strong this fine day. Heat 18, we have Harmsen, Naverstad, Rosa, Cristofoli, Bala, Maestruti, Hasegawa, and Verbinen. Another full gate of 8. This ought to be exciting. See Harmsen coming out of lane 1 for TVE, but Naverstad with the speed. Harmsen finds his way to the front anyway, so it's going to be Harmsen and Naverstad 1 and 2 as Harmsen is looking to pull away with Fala in 3. As they go into the second corner, the Belgian rider getting in the fourth as well.
Harmsen leading the way, Tua in second, Fala in third, but the Belgian rider wants a little bit of more. He's going to try to make some moves in that last turn, but it's going to be all about the Dutch rider of Harmsen, the Norwegian rider Navestad, Fala for the third, and Verbinen for the fourth.
Verbinen, the Belgian rider, making it look good. Battling Fala to the line. Fala will get the third, Verbinen with the fourth. Naverstad and Harmsen, second and first respectively. They will move out of Heat 18. Going up to the hill, Heat 19, there are a lot of men here. We have Kriegers, Tanager, Smith, Eberhard, Van Hoyten, Budelli, Klassens, and Slots. Kriegers in lane 1. Smith has been known to have some good first straightaways as well. He'll be coming out of 3. As predicted, it is Kriegers to the bottom of the hill with Smith right next to him. Smith is on the outside, so he might want to protect that line. He does, and it's going to be Kriegers and Smith with Tanager in third. Smith looking to make a move, but Kriegers is holding on as they come out of turn 2.
Krieger, Smith, Tanager, 1, 2, and 3 going through that third straightaway, looking smooth into the last turn. It's going to be Kriegers in the first, Smith in the second. Tanager from Swiss wanting a little bit more. He's going to fight to the line, and he gets it for the second. So it's going to be Kriegers, Tanager, Smith, and Van Houten from Netherlands picking up that 4th slot.
Yes, Smith not used to these double days of racing. He has a great start. He has to work on finishing. He does make it through nonetheless. So it will be Kriegers, Tanager, Smith, Van Hoyten. They will be your official 4 guys out of round 19 Heat 19. Heat 20, we have Bensink, Okendo, Lefebvre, Lanegard, Barry, Blanchot, and Robert. Or as we say in America, Robert. Bensink getting an amazing start on that pro gate. That sounds like a bit of a paradox, but nonetheless, Bensink flying high into the first corner in front. Looks like the Colombian trying to make it a nice move coming out of the first corner. So it's going to be Okenda and Bensink, followed by Robert, 1, 2, and 3, as they are spreading out into the second corner.
Benzink, Okendo, 1 and 2. It looks like they're going to take it home. Nice jump into the last turn. It's going to be Benzink from Netherlands, Okendo in the 2. Third place rider. It's going to be the French ride, but it's going to be Benzink, Okendo for 2, Barry from New Zealand for the 3, and there's going to be a photo finish for the 2 French riders.
Yes, France on France battling it out. And as much as there is teams that participate, it is an individual sport. Every man and woman for himself on the track. The official, Benzink, Okendo, Barry, and Lefebvre. He edges out his countryman for the final spot. Heat 21, we see David Graff, Rencarel, Godet, Sevilla, Ramos, my man Mello, Palominos, and Pointon. The Swiss rider of Graff putting in a great deal of work during the offseason, and it shows with his powerful and consistent first straights as he jumps into first with Rencarel in second just behind him. Looks like we have Graff, Rencarel 1 and 2 heading into the second corner with Godet in third.
Graff, impressive ride now. Into the first, into the last turn. He's looking strong, followed by the French rider of Rencarel, but it's going to be all about David Graff, Rencarel, Godet in that pink jersey for the 3, and the 4th is going to go to Ramos from
Alcohol Ramos getting the last qualifying spot, doing España, very proud. The official Graff, Rencarel, Godet, and Ramos. My man Mello will have to go to the last chance qualifier. Heat 22, Villegas, Van Gorkum, Pilar, Schmidt, Kuzma, Aguirre, Volvend, and Vervist going beast mode from lane 8. Feature rider, Fede Villegas, getting in that main in round 3. Best Supercross finish was a 6. He's looking to improve that right now. Villegas taking that green groupie straight to the front, right at the bottom of the hill. He has the fastest reaction time this lap. As he jumps into the first corner, he's going to exit the first corner in first. So it will be Villegas, Pillard, and Van Gorkum 1, 2, and 3. Van Gorkum making up some ground quickly as they come out of the second corner.
Villegas taking some energy from his performance in round 3. It looks like he's going to be first into that last turn. It's going to be all about the Argentinian rider, Villegas, Pillard, Kuzma for this 3rd, but it's going to be another fight for that 3rd and 4th, but it's Villegas, Pillard, Kuzmin, and Schmidt for the 4.
Yes, unlikely, very uncharacteristic of Van Gorkum to go from 3rd to 5th, but it did happen. Villegas, Pillard, Kuzma, and Schmidt, that's the official from Heat 22. They will move on. Heat 23, round 1, we have Dean, Garcia, DeMont, Peel, Shippers, Faber, Zuleta, Vasco, and Gomers. Look for Dean and Garcia as our featured rider is the Australian Anthony Dean. Best Supercross finish was a 2nd. He is looking to win one of these one day, and it all starts in round 1. Dean out of the gate very late, uncharacteristic for him. Garcia taking it to the front, but it looks like he's going to blaze the trail for Dean to get in there and get in the front anyway. Goes to show you how good that inside line can be. Garcia's going to fight back, and Peel's in the 3rd, blocking traffic for both of these two to have some fun up front. Dean going down.
It's been a fight. Dean goes down, but it's Garcia, Peel 1 and 2. Dean is not happy with that, but it's going to be all about the U.S. rider of Garcia, Peel, Shippers in the 3rd place. Garcia, Peel, Shippers, and there's going to be a photo finish for that 4th place spot.
Not a very happy person right now. Anthony Dean, kind of a wild ride, late out of the gate, looked to regain his composure and then lost it again in the second corner. One of the favorites is going to have to go to the last chance qualifier, but the official is Garcia, Peel, great ride for Peel, Shippers and Gommers, the Belgian, beating out the Frenchman for that last qualifying position. Round 1, Heat 24, David Vandenberg, Louis Bretthauer, Zach Van Kamen, Yoshi, Brunner, Ayushkin, Katanachi, and Nielsen from Denmark. Looking for Dave Vandenberg, the Dutch national champion, to lay down the power on the first straight, and he's doing just that. Jumping in the first turn in first. Van Kamen looks to be in third, so we're going to have Vandenberg, Bretthauer, and Van Kamen 1, 2, 3 as they spread out into the second corner.
Vandenberg, Bretthauer 1 and 2 going into that second turn. Vandenberg, Bretthauer, Van Kimmen in that third place position. Let's see if he's going to want a little bit more. No, he's going to back off, and it's the Swiss rider in that fourth place. He's going to fight to the line. It's going to be all about Vandenberg, Bretthauer, Van Kamen, and Brunner from Switzerland.
Good ride from Vandenberg. Van Kamen looked like he was getting a lot of speed down that third strip, then had to shut it down. So the official will be Vandenberg, Bretthauer, Van Kamen, and Brunner, or maybe Van Kamen was just testing out a new line and he decided not to show it to everyone just yet. I don't know. The next time we see the men, it will be in the last chance qualifier, and as you know, after the last chance qualifier, it goes to single elimination. So all of these riders in the last chance hoping to get another chance. Now up, we have round 1 for the women, the elite women of the BMX world, as they fight for glory through this long day of racing. Round 1, Heat 1, we have Pahon, Bondarenko, Bao, Bernard, Calderon, Peterson, and Francino from France.
Bernard, Calderon, Francino, and
Mariana Pahon in lane 1, the gold bike. Eyes on the gold prize. Out of the gate she comes. They're all charging hard, but it is Mariana Pahon straight to the front with Bao in tow. 1 and 2 in the first corner. Out they come. It will be Pahon, Bao, and Bernard, 1, 2, and 3. Not sure what's going on for fourth, but right now it is Pahon, Bao, and Bernard.
Pahon, Bao, Bernard, 1, 2, 3 in a single file line down that third straightaway. It looks like Bondarenko into that fourth position, wanting a little bit more from the French ride, but it's all about the golden girl, Mariana Pahon. Bao for the 2. Looks like the Russian rider is going to take that 3rd place of Bondarenko, and Bernard taking up the 4th.
Yes, looks like the women have some things figured out on this track. They're riding it quite well. The official is Pahon, Bao, Bondarenko, and Bernard. Definitely a contested lap, but they all know they have more rounds to go. Heat 2, we have Hernandez, Torres, Restrepo, Veenstra, Moreau, and Ridge Davis. Team GB. Our featured rider is Stephanie Hernandez. Best Supercross finish was a 2nd. And she is the Olympic bronze medalist, and she won the World Championships at this very track in 2015. She's in lane 1. Hernandez looking to pick up where she left off, leaping into the first corner in first, getting some pedals on that jump even. Haven't seen that yet. So it's Stephanie Hernandez with a pretty good lead over Restrepo as they go into the second corner. Sam, bring us home.
Hernandez, Restrepo 1 and 2. Looks like Hernandez is getting a little bit of confidence back. She's looking nice and strong with the Colombian rider Restrepo in 2. Going around the last turn, it's going to be Hernandez, Restrepo, Veenstra in the 3, and 2 French riders hunting for a little bit more down to the finish line, but Hernandez, Restrepo, Veenstra, and Moreau for the 4.
Good ride by Veenstra and Moreau. Better ride by Restrepo and Hernandez, as those are your official in Heat 2. Looking up to the hill, we have Heat number 3. Suvorova, Admakina, Mikkelsen, Huisman, Nagare, Ovchinikova, and Fleming. 2 Russian riders in this group. Looks like we have the Russian rider down the hill, but Husman is the fastest down the hill, but the Russian rider has the inside. Coming out of the first turn, it will be Suvorova, Huisman, and the Canadian of Mikkelsen, but I think it's the Russian in third. So we have Russia, Netherlands, and Russia 1, 2, and 3.
Suvorova leading the pack, Huisman into that second place. It's going to be single file, but it looks like Russia's going to be 1, Suvorova, Huisman in 2, Admakeni from Russia in 3, and the Canadian rider of Mikkelsen picking up that 4th place finish.
Yes, good ride by Suvorova and Huisman. The official is Suvorova, excuse me, Huisman, Admakina, and Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen getting that last qualifying spot. It's good for her. Heat 4, we have Laura Smolders, Budinska, Pech, Pries, von Niederhausen, Carrillo, and Lack. Laura Smolders not pleased with how things went in round 3. Yet there's another long day ahead of her, and we see Smolders and Priest taking it straight to the front. Smolders with a commanding lead already, as she'll come out of the first turn in first, followed by the German almost drifting in that corner, almost sliding out. Priest has to shut it down over that jump down the second straight, as Smolders is starting to run away with the Dutch rider in third.
Smolders, Priest, Pitch 1, 2, and 3 looking nice and strong, jumping that triple into the last turn. It's going to be Laura Smolders coming out, showing us why she has that Dutch flag on the left arm. It's going to be Laura Smolders. Fight for that second place. I think Pitch is going to pick it up. Priest for the 3, and the Latvian ride of Bolska.
Good ride by Petch, fighting for every square meter of the track. And the official will be Smolders, Petch, Priest, and Voldinska, I should say square centimeter. Priest getting through. Heat 5, Reynolds, Gonzalez, Escobar, Curtis, Stevo, Saylor, and Garcia Recuero. Featured rider Lauren Reynolds, always with a bright smile. Best Supercross finish was a second. She was 4th in round 3. As they say back in America, the gate drops. Who wants it? Who needs it? Looks like Reynolds is the fastest to the bottom of the hill. Talking to her earlier today, she said she had to work hard yesterday. She wants to make it easier for herself today, and it looks like she's doing so. Coming out of the first turn in first, it'll be Reynolds with Stevo battling Escobar in the second corner.
Reynolds in first. It's a fight for second. Stevo picking up that second with Yips in 3, getting passed by the Australian ride of 172. It looks like it's going to be Lauren Reynolds in the 1, Stevo for the 2, and it's going to be a fight to the finish. Lauren Reynolds 1. Stevo, Curtis, and Yips Columbia for the 4.
Wow, Curtis and Escobar Ypes fighting for it. She just barely gets through Escobar. So the official Reynolds, Stevo, Curtis, and Escobar. Great ride by Reynolds and Stevo. Heat 6, Christensen, Mayer, Schriever, Hatakayama, Vargas, Velasquez, Vrengor, Urbano, and Grun. Schriever, a disappointing day yesterday. The featured rider here is Simone Christensen, who had not a very disappointing day with a second place in round 3. Out of the gate, Christensen looked a little bit late, but she's going to make up ground anyway. Looks like Schriever's straight to the front. I don't know if she's going to shut Christensen down, and she doesn't. So it'll be Christensen and Schriever. Schriever may be taking notes, not sure, but Christensen handling business as they head into the second corner with Team GB in second, followed by Mayer.
Simone Christensen in that first, but she does not have an easy ride with Schriever knocking on her back door. She wants that first place finish. It's going to be Christensen in 1, Schriever in 2, followed by Mayer, the French rider, in that 4. But Simone Christensen, she's going to come to the finish line in first. Second place is going to go to a photo finish between Mayer and Schriever, and Hata Takayama from Japan in the 4.
Yes, looks like Schriever was building some confidence yesterday. It might be backing down just a bit. Not sure what's going on there, but she does get out the official Christensen, Mayer, Schriever, and Hatakeyama. Those will be your official. Next time you see the women, it will be the last chance qualifier, and that'll be it before we go to single elimination for the women. So this next round is do or die for those on the gate if they want to keep their hopes alive in this BMX Supercross World Cup in Heusden, Zolder, Belgium. Racing action resumes at 1:30. Had to do a little bit of math. Sam.
Jason.
What do you see? What did you see? Sights, sounds, smells? What's going on out there for you?
I see a lot of good racing. I mean, it's consistent from yesterday, and I think at this level, consistency is key for a lot of the male and female riders. So I'm not surprised with what I saw out there. I think as the day continues, maybe fatigue will set in. And weather conditions are perfect right now, I believe. The wind, it's not too windy. The sun is covered, so it's not too warm. If you have any questions, please either tag us or send us a message, BMX Live TV or hashtag BMX Live TV. If you have any questions for myself or for Jason, let us know.
Let us know. We're always here for the fans. I suspect we won't get too many questions from the West Coast of the U.S. as it's only 4:21 a.m. However, the East Coast is up in the United States, and of course in Europe, it is lunchtime here in Belgium. So if you're having a sandwich or a snack, make sure you hop on and ask us anything you want. Jefferson Milano with the fastest time again to the bottom of the hill. And in that same lap, Twan Van Gent. So that's very tight. Corbin Schraw and Anthony Dean. Anthony Dean with a late start and still top 4 to the bottom of the hill. In the women, Mariana Pahone just smoking it down to the bottom of the hill first. But Laura Smulders is right. Laura and Meryl Smulders on the same second. Laura has her work cut out for her, not with Mariana, but maybe her younger sister Meryl. And Bethany Schriever showing well as well to the bottom of the hill. So those are the reaction times. And again, the reaction times is the time from the gate to the bottom of the hill to give you some perspective on who's got what in these races.
How do you find the race action this morning, Jason?
I find the race action, I think in the men's we're seeing more. I think there's more men, obviously, from a number standpoint. Definitely some, I think there is some fatigue setting in with all of the riders. I saw more position changes. I'm not going to say lead changes, but position changes in the men's. In the women's, I feel like a lot of it is more or less worked out from the top riders. There's a bigger discrepancy with the top, the women who are the more consistent main makers and the rest of the group. That said, I think everyone is very mindful of the energy that was spent yesterday. And so they want to race hard enough to get out of the round, and at the same time, I'm sure, when they're going, especially this third straight being so demanding, there may not be many pedals there, but pumping through those jumps is sometimes takes more energy. So this track is very demanding, so I'm sure they're feeling their legs coming out of or even going into the last corner. So I think conditioning will be a factor on day 2, as well as heart, and of course my favorite, mindset.
Would you assume that strategy is already being kind of placed in just the first round, or do you feel like riders aren't even at that point yet?
Well, I think it depends on the rider. I think some riders always have a strategy. I was talking to Sean Dwight, Connor Field's coach, yesterday, and they were talking about the strategy. No particulars. I didn't get any particulars, and that's okay. But they had a strategy, and what I thought was cool is they they were able to re-strategize and adjust should something change during the day. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Fields has a race strategy for today. I know when I work with athletes that we come up with a race plan for the weekend and definitely for the day. So, you know, but the interesting thing is, you know, in Supercross racing, and because it's moving towards single elimination, you may have a strategy of saving energy, but the issue with that is you may not have the option. If you don't make it out of the next round, you won't have the, it won't matter if you have the energy because you'll be watching. So you want to watch out for that. And I think it's a fine line between that saving energy and actually putting it all out there to qualify. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's getting down to, especially for the men, the talent pool is so deep. And I mean, there is a certain separation at some point, but I mean, if you do a little mistake, there's going to be riders to capitalize on that. So I think that it's important that you have strategy from the start, but it's also kind of important to, at the start of the race, to push every single lap, because you want to get that inside lane. That could be a strategy all on its own. You know, we saw Tori yesterday, on the round 3, he had the inside every single round except for the final event, and that was his strategy. And then he chose lane 8, so he was kind of not in that inside lane. Maybe there was some riders who had a bit better starts than he did, so that could be his strategy.
Yeah, Tori Nighthawk definitely. If it's not 1, it's 8. Some riders, they tend to pick the most inside, whatever. However they qualify. I think we'll see more of the strategy unfolding as the day unfolds. In these earlier rounds, however, I think you know, it's just a matter of getting to the next round. I'm quite certain Anthony Dean's plan did not go to strategy with that unlikely wreck in the second corner. So he has been going fast but struggling at these Supercross races. And so I know that he was happy to make the main and get that 4th yesterday, but definitely not pleased about going to the LCQ. That said, that is just another chance to work on some things out on the track. So someone on BMX Live TV asking, did we race ourselves? I'm not sure if that's a chat bot or a real person, so I don't want to mention names, but the answer is yes. Both Sam Cools and I did race ourselves. There you go. Looking for the fastest lap times with the men. Sam, could you help me out here? A lot of numbers as we go through all of the data. Fastest lap time yesterday, I believe, was in the 31.3 range. And so far, as we're scrolling down the list of very talented and strong men, there has not been a 31 posted just yet. So far, Matthew with a fast time of 32.206. That seems to be the fastest we've seen so far in this spreadsheet. Amadou Mir with a 32.666. Turner with a 33.1. So it seems like the fastest times are so far in the low 32s. And remember yesterday, as the day went on, we started getting down there in the 31s. So I don't know if it's a function of where we are in the intensity or where we are in the weekend, but it could be that fatigue might be setting in. Nonetheless, these riders are putting on a great show. In the naked eye, you can't see that time difference. That is literally a snap, or even less than a snap of a time difference. So gearing up for the last chance qualifier. If you look up to the right of your screen just behind the second corner, You can see some riders heading up toward the top of the hill, queuing up. Last chance qualifier, the LCQ, or as they say, the repechage. Last chance qualifier, so as you know, fourth or better. Technically, this is a single elimination round right now. The top four that get out of this will go to the 30-second finals. And there are a lot of players that will be showing up to the gate, making their bid to become the Supercross champion for today.
Okay, they're on there. On the gate.
Force, fire, energy, last chance qualifiers. This is the last
Track is looking prepped and swept. Live your dream.
The first heat or the last chance.
Panning across, looking at the 5-meter hill and the big 8-meter hill. You can see the riders walking across that breezeway and heading up the back of the ramp. Last chance, heat 1, we have Clybor, my man Mello, Slots, Jacob, Lanegard, Denny Lalère, and Rutz. Belgian rider. I'm sure the local club base here and all of the Belgian countrymen and women will be rooting for Rutz. Heat 1, now we're official. Out of the gate they go. Looks like lane 1 might have tapped the gate coming out just a bit, but my man Mello's the guy with the time at the bottom of the hill. He gets a little wild into the first corner. Can he regain? Not sure, but it's going to be Lanegard walking away with it with my man Mello getting into the second corner in second.
Lanegard from France taking it first, Mello in the second position, but it looks like it's going to be the French rider of Lanegard, Mello in 2, then Lalère, the French rider, in the 3, coming across the finish line. It looks like it's going to be Lanegard, Mello, Delanar, and for that 4th place position, Jacob.
Yes, it was a what you see is what you get situation. Lanegard, Mello, Denny Lalère, and Jacob, they were the only survivors of that lap. Seems like Mello got a little bit wild going into the first corner. He regains, and then there was a somewhat of a crash, as you can see, cleaning up from the second straight. The riders getting off the track. Heat 2, Malyshenkov, Dune, Polson, DeMont, Hasegawa, Freiswick, and Tomazioli. Looking for the Russian and the Australian to get out of this one, but you never know, as Malyshenkov and Freiswick are finding themselves in an unlikely situation in the LCQ. Waiting to clear off the track. You see we have a rider down. He somehow ended up in the trenches. It does happen from time to time. Good thing it's nice and soft in that grass, as our great team of officials help our riders off the track. Fans clapping. We're always happy to see people walk off on their own. Last chance qualifier. We are underway.
Four riders. The top second 132s.
Russian in lane 1, patiently waiting. These guys have been sitting there a bit, waiting for the track to clear, but they are ready now. One of my favorite views is watching the riders charge out of the gate and down the hill, as we see Malyshenkov with the fastest reaction time this time around. He's going to come out of the first turn in first with Dumais and Freiswick in 2 and 3 as they head into the second corner.
Malyshenko leading this way, the Russian rider, the strong rider, trying to keep it through nice and smooth through that third straightaway. It's going to be Malyshenko in the one. There's going to be a fight for second and third. Malyshenko, Demi, and Freiswig for the three coming across the finish line. That's the way it's going to be. Malyshenko, Demi, Freiswig, and Tomazzoli from Italy.
Tomazzoli making it happen, Italian style, getting through. The official, Malyshenko, Dumi, Freiswig, and Tomazzoli, they will be the official. The rest are done for the day. Heat 3, Jelle van Gorkum, Grazian, Topinka, Eberhard, Budelli, Dean, and Robert. Not my favorite LCQ if I were in it with Van Gorkum and Dean. However, that's how the cookies crumble. Featured rider, 2016 Olympics, 8th place, riding that Supercross bike for Bill Ryan in California. Supercross ranking of 10 last year, Anthony Dean. He'll be starting on the outside. Jelle van Gorkum in lane 1. What will those guys do in between those two powerhouses? One, two, three. Good pedals out of the first drop. Looks like Dean charging hard on the outside. Van Gorkum on the inside, getting a little bit of air. Looks like it's going to be Dean and Van Gorkum, 1 and 2. They are for sure looking to have a clean lap, as they so far are. Dean and Van Gorkum, 1 and 2 in the second corner.
Dean, Van Gorkum, 1, 2. Grazian from Italy in the 3 spot. They just want to qualify through this last chance qualifier. It's going to be the Australian ride of Dean Van Gorkum trying to get some movement in, but it's Dean, Van Gorkum, Grazian, and Budelli. Italy.
Look at Budelli. He had a move going into the last corner. We have 2 Italians that have made it out of that last chance qualifier. So Italy looking good with 3 going to the 30 seconds. But the Heat 3's official is Dean, Van Gorkum, Grazian, and Budelli. They are moving on and live to fight another moto. Heat 4, Cristofoli, Sciortino, Van der Weiss, Yoshimura, Durash, Villemont, and Catenacci. I said the French name like Italian. My apologies. Get carried away. Heat 4, saw a little flinch from lane 1, didn't seem to bother him too much. He cases the first jump a bit, but Cristofoli to the front, not quite. Looks like the Dutch rider coming out of the first turn in first. That's Van der Weiss, followed by Cristofoli and Yoshimura. So we have Van der Weiss, Cristofoli, Yoshimura, 1, 2, 3.
Van der Weiss leading Cristofoli and Yoshimura in that 3rd position. Going into that last turn, it's going to be the Dutch rider, Van der Weiss. There's going to be a little bit of a fight for that 2nd place, but it looks like the Italian ride of Cristofoli to take that 2nd, Yoshimura for the 3rd, and another Italian,
Sciortino. Just making the move, inspired by his countryman last rack, making that move in that last corner. So the official 4 from Heat 4, Van der Weiss, Cristofoli, Yoshimura, and Sciortino. Italy looking great in these last chance qualifiers. Heat number 5, Godoy, Becerra, Elbers, Hecker, Damblon, Blanchard, and Etalon. So 3 Frenchmen from the Legion looking to make it in and keep their day going. Out of the gate they come. Looks like Blanchard with the fastest time down the hill and into the first turn. Wow, jump manual over that jump. Pretty brave move, but that's very French of him. Blanchard, Elbers, and Hecker, 1, 2, and 3 as they jump into the second corner. Sam, take it away.
Blanchard, the French ride, leading the way. Elbers and Hecker for the 2nd and 3rd position into the last turn. It's going to be the French rider trying to qualify. Blanchard, Elbers, and Hector, 1, 2, 3. There will be a little fight into that 3rd and 4th. It looks like Godi from Chile is going to take up that 3. and the 4 is going to go to the German rider of Hector.
Yes, the official is Blanchot, Elbers, Becerra, and Hecker, the German rider, just making it out. Last chance, heat 6, Cordoso, Ballon, Mastruti, Dzeko, Grendodo, and Ruskin. Cordoso in lane 1, not getting the best start, but he does have lane 1 and finds his way to the front anyway from Portugal. So the Portuguese rider making it look very nice as he jumps the men straight away. Cordoso, Vallon, and Ryuskin, the Russian jumping into second place, saying third is just not good enough as they come out of the second corner.
Cordosa and the Russian, Rashenko, is coming into that last turn. It's going to be Cordosa for the first, but the Russian rider wants a little bit more. I think he's going to fight for it. It's going to be, though, coming first is Cordoso, Rashenkin, Fallen, and Mastruti from Italy for the 4th.
Wow, Mastruti doing it again. That's the 3rd Italian to make a move for 4th going into the last corner. Very impressive. So Cordoso, Ryuskin, Vallon, and Mastruti, the Italians showing to be strong finishers coming with heart. Heat 7, Yamaguchi, Yoshi, Montesinos, Espejo, Rock and Roll, Cole, Tizar, and Makoni. Out of the gate they come. Looks like Japan down the hill fast, but Cole Tizar on the outside with the fastest hill time. See if he can hold it together, as the American has not been very consistent this weekend. Right now, it's Yamaguchi, Tizar, and Yoshi, so it's Japan, USA, Japan, with the Dutch rider jumping into 3rd.
Looks like it's getting mixed up in that 3rd and 4th. Komoni coming into that 3rd place position, but it looks like it's going to be the Japanese rider, Tizar, into the 2nd. Pony for New Zealand into that 3rd position, and the 4th rider is going to come through as Espejo from Argentina in the 4.
Espejo getting in. My apologies to Makoni. I see orange and blue. I think Dutch from New Zealand. Makoni from New Zealand making New Zealand proud. So Yamaguchi, Tizar, Makoni from New Zealand, and Espejo from Argentina. They will move on. Heat number 8, Luki, Fleming, Clerté, Vasco, Galliama, Bonini, and Nielsen. Out of the gate they come, they charge down the hill. Looks like the Russian is going straight to the front. Clerté with the fastest time down the hill. Oh, another nice slick move. Jump to manual into the first corner. Nice touch, Clerté. So it's going to be Clerté, Galliamov having some fun up front with another French rider in 3rd.
Clerté, Gallimov fighting back and forth 1st and 2nd, but Clerté just has too smooth in that 3rd straightaway. It looks like it's going to be the French rider of Clerté, the Russian ride of Gallimov for 1 and 2, the 3rd Luki, and Boni picking up a 3rd and 4th position to qualify for the next round.
The Italians just owning those 4th place positions in this last chance qualifier. Luki getting lucky in 3rd. Not very lucky, he worked for that. Clerté, the official, Clerté, Galliamov, Luki, and Bonini, they will move on. Heat 9, Sanier, Doucette, Sevilla, Martinez, Pointon, Ballerini, and Verbeest going beast mode for Belgium. Out of the gate, let's see who's got the fast. Looks like Martinez from Chile is the fastest down the hill, but the Venezuelan's going to jump into the first turn and first. That will be Sevilla, followed by Sanier and Martinez. Martinez getting in a little bit of trouble as we have Rojas still bringing up, or Sevilla bringing up the front.
Sevilla in the front place position, staying clear from the carnage in the back. It looks like it's going to be Sevilla, Samir, Pontin for 1, 2, and 3, with the French rider coming into that, picking up that 4th place spot of the set.
Disappointing for Verbeest, the Belgian rider not getting out of the last chance for his home crowd. However, 3 Frenchmen find themselves officially with Sevilla. So with Sevilla, Sanier, Pointot, and Doucet, they will move on out of Heat 9. Last chance, Heat 10, De Silva, Tugas, Faber, Volvend, Garoyan, and Gargaglia. Heat 10 on hold, and now we're official. Waiting for the call. Brazilian with a nice, strong, steady start. He's the fastest down the hill and looks like he's the fastest to the first turn, with Tugas just outside of him. He found some extra speed after that second jump. So it's going to be De Silva. Tugas taking over the lead in the second straight, heading into the second corner.
Tugas was not happy sitting in the second. He goes into the first. De Silva and Garyon in the 1, 2, and 3 spots with the French rider in 4, but it's going to be the Canadian rider, Tugas, leading the way down that straightaway, followed by the Brazilian rider De Silva, and the French rider picking up that 3rd and 4th of Fabry and Garyon for the 4.
Official, the Canadian Tugas, followed by De Silva, Faber, and Garoyan. So 2 Frenchmen getting out of that, along with the Canadian and the Brazilian. Heat number 11, we have Munoz, Hubert, Palaminos, Ikagami, Claessens, Bernhardt, and Lucas. Bernhardt making a main in round number 2, looking to make another today. Out of the gate, looks like the Colombian's charging hard down the hill, but Claessen's the one with the speed into the first turn as he lifts up the front wheel just to make sure he gets over that jump. He's coming out of the first turn looking kind of nice. It'll be Palaminos followed by Munoz. So we have a South American contingent 1 and 2 as they come out of the second corner.
Palaminos with those pink pants and Muzo in that second, coming through that 3rd straightaway. Looks like he's going to get passed, but it's going to be Palaminos, Hubert for that second, the French rider, with the Colombian picking up that 3rd place.
Ikagami just getting in, 4th place, making himself and his country proud. The official Palaminos, Hubert, Ruiz, Munoz, and Ikagami for the 4th place finish. Heat 12, we have Aguirre, Rosa, Svanberg, Sanchez, Milano, Malenfant, Nagasako, and Gillot from France. Looks like Rosa's looking to get to the first turn in first. He has the fastest time to the bottom of the hill and into the first corner, apparently. So it's going to be Rosa, followed by the Japanese rider of Nagasako and Aguirre in 3rd. So Rosa, Nagasako, and Aguirre, 1, 2, 3.
The Australian rider, Rosa, leading the way, looking nice and smooth in this 3rd straightaway. He's going to be taking it through the last turn, but it's going to be Rosa from Australia, followed by the Japanese of Nagasako in that 2nd position. Rosa, Nagasaka, Aguirre, and Gallant from France for the 4.
Great ride by Rosa. Nice and clean start to finish. The official is Rosa, Nagasako, Aguirre, and Gillot getting that 4th place finish.
Straight up with the women's
Next time we see the elite men, it will be the 30-second finals. And as you know, single elimination. No more last chances. It's fourth and better from here on out. Women are up next. Women elite. Last chance qualifier, looking to get those spots in the 8th finals. Last chance heat 1 for the women. Peterson, Vargas Velasquez, Gonzalez, Sailor, Nagare, and Carrillo from Colombia. Looks like Peterson with a nice start out of lane 1, but Sailor, with a nice start out of lane 1. She is going to be pedaling into the first corner in first. So coming out of the first corner, it will be the Latvian, and it'll be Peterson and Carrillo, 1 and 2, as they go into the second corner with a little bit of cushion over third place.
Peterson leading the way, Pole in that 2, coming down that third straightaway. The Swiss rider is going to be picking up that third place position, but it's going to be the Latvian rider, Peterson, taking home that first place win, followed by Carrillo, Denizalo, and there's going to be a photo finish between Sailor. Sailor for the 4.
So waiting for the official. Peterson had a nice start to finish first place round, so that will be the official. Peterson, Carrillo, Gonzalez, and Sailor, the German, taking up that 4th place position. Heat 2, Grün, Ovchinikova, Francino, von Niederhausen, Vrengur, and Lack. The women have spaced themselves out a bit on the gate. Last chance, heat 2 as they charge down the hill. Looks like the Swiss rider going straight to the front. That's von Niederhausen, but she's getting swarmed on by the inside rider on that yellow GT bicycle. That will be Grün, followed by Ovchinikova and Lack. Lack falling back, unfortunately, to 4th now, and it is Grün in front.
Grün trying to get away, but Lack is hunting her down for that first place position. It's going to be Grün and Lack 1 and 2 into and out of the last turn. Grün, Lack, and then Dutch rider into that 3, but it's going to be Grün, Lack, Renko, and the Russian rider picking up that 4th.
Very disappointing for von Niederhausen as she had such a great start. She will be finishing 5th. The official is Grün, Lack, Brengor, and Ovchinikova picking up that that 4th place position. Last chance, heat 3. We have Fleming, Torres, Calderon, Recuero, Rich Davis, and Urbano. Women, last chance, heat 3. Looks like Rich Davis had a great start to the bottom of the hill, but just won't let herself jump the big jumps just yet, as we have the French rider coming out of the first turn in first. That will be Torres and Fleming. So France and New Zealand 1 and 2 heading into the second corner. Sam, what do you see?
Torres, Fleming 1 and 2. The Colombian rider wants a little bit more, but it's going to be Torres, Fleming 1, 2, Colombia 3 and 4. Torres from France, Fleming, and Kelwan for the 3 going through the finish line. It's going to be Torres, Fleming, Calderon, and Ortuas, Ordonis for the 4.
So the official is Torres, Fleming, Calderon, and Urbano. 2 Colombians making out of that group. Next time we see the women, it will be the A finals heading into single elimination. So it is all business from here on out. 4th or better, or go home is where we are right now. Racing resumes at 2:08. Racing resumes at 2:08, or as we see on the screen, 14 08. Sam,
Yes.
pretty good round. Seems like most of the players rose to the occasion and found their way out of the last chance qualifier, even though they didn't like being in it.
Yeah, there was a lot of crashes in the first round, so we saw a lot of uncommon faces popping up in that last chance qualifier. So I think it was just about keeping safe and making sure that you're going to qualify through to the next round.
Yes. Well, now it's single elimination, so it's all business. And I think when we were talking strategy, this is the time now. What did you notice out there these last 2 rounds?
I noticed that a lot of the up-and-coming riders, the younger riders, we do have 47 junior riders in just the men's category. I believe there's 17 in the women's category that are participating this weekend, and I can see a lot of them out there just trying to get comfortable in not just on a Supercross track, because I think a lot of them have ridden before off the Supercross ramp, but getting a good feeling with being next to some of the top riders in the world. So you can see that a lot of them were just trying to make the moves where they can. You can see a lot more putting the pedals in, whether it's in the air or more in the uncommon areas, but I think that's just trying to figure out how to be better.
And that's just it. Sometimes, you know, you spend a weekend on one track racing it. It is interesting how you watch the riders evolve as they ride it. Where you know, maybe at the beginning of the week or beginning of the weekend, you're noticing that maybe they jump into a corner and don't start pedaling until they come out. And then by the end of the weekend, you see that there's some riders grabbing some pedals into the corner as well as on the way out. Or maybe you notice one rider's doing maybe the third straight in a very special way, and then other riders start doing it that way. So it's always nice to see how the racing evolves even during the racing. And even the crew, it looks like they're professional athletes out there watering the track. Please send any questions to us here at BMX Live TV, hashtag BMX Live. We know so the BMX conditions look pretty close to perfect. I mean, rain was the scare for this weekend. You have your sunglasses on in the booth, for crying out loud, Sam.
Yeah, the sun, there's no sun, but I think there's white clouds, and it's making my eyes a bit sore. So I thought I'd just put them on in the break so I can kind of save them a little bit.
Definitely a bit of a glare. We can see that Tioga banner just to the top half of the screen blowing a bit, and that's the view from the top of the hill. The first jump looks different from up here. Looks like you're about to hit a wall. That thing is about, how many meters long would you say that first jump is? Feet, I would say about 30-ish
Yeah.
feet. It's deceptive because it's a triple step and it steps up.
Yeah, and you can see some of, at least the female riders can kind of jump into the middle and then just have a good pump down the back. So I think it's more for the maybe younger riders to kind of get the fear out of the way. They know they don't have to just jump the whole thing, and it's all about fear, overcoming that fear that riders have. So
Yes, fear. False evidence appearing real. You ever hear that before?
I've never heard
That's
that.
not mine,
No?
but I like it. That's what fear is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some real fear out there, but the fear is real, but it doesn't mean what you're scared of is actually going to happen.
Yeah.
So, very interesting. Always going deep between the action here at the Supercross races. track crew taking care of this place. Like to send a shout out to both Strength for 91, Sam Willoughby and Tyler Brown. We know they're having fun watching the broadcast. Also like to send a shout out to Mr. Richard Eames from Manchester. He's having fun watching the broadcast as well. And all of the BMX world who took their time out of their Mother's Day Sunday in some parts of the world to watch the BMX. Just got a tweet from Lara Vikman, or Vikman, I'm sorry. She's not a chat bot. She's watching the race with a boyfriend, and we appreciate that. So thank you for that question. I'm guessing your boyfriend might ride. Have him send in a question. Or better yet, why isn't he here? This is the place to be.
It is the place to be.
Totally.
Yeah. I'd like to have a shout out to my mom. Happy Mother's Day. It's unfortunate that I can't be there with you, but you know I got you.
Sam,
Yeah.
happy Mother's Day to you.
Thank you.
Do they do that?
It's in February.
Ah,
Yeah.
so it already happened.
Yeah.
So happy belated Mother's Day.
Well, thank you. I got a rose from our hotel this morning, so that was nice.
That's a nice touch.
Yeah.
I didn't get a rose.
No?
No.
I think it was because of Mother's Day. Here
Yeah.
in Belgium, it is Mother's Day.
Yes, it was definitely busy at breakfast
Yes.
in the hotel, and I actually felt bad. I went downstairs not dressed up enough. Well, you know, the family's having their Mother's Day, and it's always nice to be respectful of that. I'd like to wish my wife, Halle Richardson, a happy Mother's Day. She is home taking care of Grayson and Declan as I am gallivanting the world, speaking on a microphone, talking about BMX racing here in Heusden, Zolder, Belgium for the Supercross World Cup. I have been told that Pete D in the pits has been found. He has come out of the pits, and he has somebody special that he's going to bring give us some scoop. Pete, say hello.
Welcome back, fans. We're here day number 2 in Zolder, Belgium for the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup Tour. I'm Pete Deluski, and this is Pete D in the pits, even though we're nowhere near the pits. Just got back from doing some interviews with yesterday's winners, Connor Fields and Mariana Pajón, as well as the second place in Elite Women and Elite Men. Interesting stuff to gather from those riders. Today, weather conditions are just as yesterday. Maybe a tad bit windier. Rain on the horizon could be threatening, but then again, we're in Belgium. It could rain at any given moment. So today, so far, you've seen some great racing, pretty consistent from the riders who had some great results yesterday. Today, we'll get on to those 16th finals for the Elite Men coming up, or 36 finals for those Elite Men, and the Elite Women's races. Should be great racing to see here on this track. Nothing's really changed. Just a lot of riders' attitudes who did bad yesterday, as well as the ones who did yesterday. They said they've actually put that stuff out of their minds. They're just looking at a clean slate today. Even though if they did well yesterday, they want to go out each race as an individual lap around this track here in Zolder and just try to have another good run. So as we get through today's program, again, we will get those single elimination qualifier rounds out there. Top 4 move on from each where here in the program. No second chance, just it's over and done for those riders. And you definitely want to come off a 2-week trip back-to-back World Cups with a good result at your final race before a lot of these riders have some time off before coming back on the Supercross World Cup circuit, not until later September, but they will all be geared up for those World Championships in July in the United States of America in Rock Hill, South Carolina. So today, as we said, a lot of good racing there. We'll have it all for you live here on BMX Live TV. So we'll throw it back to Jason and Samantha in the booth as we get ready for the next round of racing here in Zolder, Belgium.
Thank you, Pete D in the pits. I thought for sure you had someone you were talking to, but it looked like you were doing double duty, filming interviews with the winners of yesterday, so I'm sure the fans will see that later. Just received a tweet from the chatbot's boyfriend, Shane Pereira, excuse me, at Supreme Pinda. He sent a picture over and he said the reason why he's not here is because he's sitting at home with a cast on his arm. So we hope that you heal well, my friend, and we would love to see you here in person at a BMX race very soon. And thank you very much for watching and proving to us that you and your girlfriend are real. We definitely have a lot of characters in the BMX world, so Sam and I have learned to become a bit skeptical sometimes when those tweets come through, but it's all good. Shane, thank you for listening. Pete D in the pits, thank you as well. And yes, there is a bit of a break after this World Cup before the final stop in Argentina, and that is because of the World Championships in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And I know everybody attending that race wants to be at their best for the World Championships. Sam, how has your World Championship experience been over your career? Mains, titles. When did you start attending the World Championships?
I believe I was 6 years old.
That old, huh?
Yeah, that old. It's been good, you know. I raced in Canada. I grew up in Canada, as some of you listening may know. And I didn't have ABA. There was no ABA. So it was all UCI. It was all, you know, World Championships. And then when I was 13, I started racing in the States. And then it became more about doing that transition from just World Championships to actually trying to win a USA ABA BMX title.
Got it.
I've won Worlds as a junior, won 5 different titles, made probably 16 different mains, 2-time ABA Women's Pro champion.
That's all, huh? That you said that make World Championship main events in the teens. You won as a junior, so junior world champion.
Yes, I've won as a junior.
Very impressive, and then ABA, and then a American Bicycle Association titles.
Yes.
Yeah. Good, you got him. That is amazing. So, must have definitely demonstrated that bulletproof focus, calm under pressure, and you definitely know how to rise to the occasion. I'm looking forward to going to the Worlds in Rock Hill to watch these very same athletes put it all on the line for that title. And look at that. They got sick of the brooms, and they're blowing the dust off the track as we are watching the men queue up, getting ready for the 30-second finals. You can see Trey White, Mr. Rosa from from Australia. So, gentlemen, still keeping it light right now. Single elimination. They queue up in staging. A lot of colors and sounds at these races.
Getting ready for Derek Gates goal.
You have young Tanner Sebesta with that yellow uniform heading up.
And we in the string racing here in Zolder.
Trey White stretching out the hamstrings.
First time the World Cup Tour enters Belgium.
We are up on the hill watching them load up in the gate. Single elimination rounds upon us. French rider Romain Mathieu looking like he's going to drop into lane 1.
First up, the 132 final. In the men category. As they are lining up on the gates, we see these guys.
Elite men, 132nd finals, top 4 to go to the 16th finals. It is single elimination, top 4 or go home. Heat 1, Matthew Palmer, Papma, Van der Gronendal, Kai White, and my man Mello. just getting in there. Breathe it in, breathe it out. Out of the gate they go. Matthew off to a good start. Fastest time to the bottom of the hill and fastest to the first corner. Looks like the Canadian jumps into second place in the first corner. So it's going to be Matthew, Palmer, and White, 1, 2, and 3, as they spread out just a bit into the second corner.
Matthew, Palmer, White, 1, 2, 3, which is the Dutch army hunting them down, wanting some places to move on to the next round. But it's going to be the French ride, the 100 bike of Matthew with Palmer in that second, White in the 3, but the Dutch want some more. What is it going to be? The Dutch rider, Van de Grunendaal, taking up that 4th place position.
Yes, 3, 4, and 5. Looked like it was going to be some Dutch-on-Dutch crime. Unfortunately, only one could get through. The official Matthew, Palmer, White, and Van de Grunendaal for that 4th place position. Next up, Heat 2, Shara, Sakakibaro, Blanchard, Palominos, Ryushkin, and Gillot. Corbin Shara, the U.S. rider, looking to see daylight. Sakakibara with a nice start, but gives a little bit of too much room to Shara as he pedals right past him. It's going to be Shara, Sakakibara 1 and 2, as Palominos with those pink pants is flying in 3rd.
Shara from the U.S. on that 24 bike, leading the pack through this second straightaway with Sakakibara in that 2nd place position. Going around the last turn, it's going to be the American Shara, Sakakibara, and Palominos, just getting passed by the French rider Blanchard for the 4 and Palominos for the 4.
Not sure what happened to Palominos. He does make it officially with the 4th. Shara, Sakakibara, Blanchard, and Palominos just getting in there for the official. Heat 3, Rosa, Sebesta, Komarov, Trey White, Geerling, and McConey from New Zealand. Looks like lane 1 and 2 got a good start, but not as good as the Russian. Just making it happen in the first corner. Sebesta fighting for second, puts his elbow into Trey White. It's going to be Komarov and Sebesta and White, 1, 2, and 3, with Rosa peeking over his shoulder in 4th.
Komarov, Sebesta 1 and 2. Sebesta's going to fight for White going into that 3rd position. There's some Aussies coming up the back, but it looks like it's going to be Komarov for 1, White and 2, Sebesta 3, with an Aussie trying to keep his position in 4, but I think he just lost it at the end from Geerling into that 4th position.
Yes, very disappointing for Rosa. Trey White with a surprise going into that last corner. That's going to make CK Flash proud. Sebesta just barely holding on with that 3rd. So the official is Komarov, White, Sebesta, and Geerling, or maybe White, Komarov, Sebesta, and Geerling for the official. But those are the 4 that's going to move on as we move on to heat number 4, where we see Mir, Kadyshev, Ramos, Lanegarde, Brechant, and Lucky Lukey. Featured rider riding that Sun bicycle. Best Supercross finish was a 2nd. The young 22-year-old of Amadou Mir. Keep an eye out for him with that bright red bicycle. Out of the gate they come. Mir's the fastest one down the hill as he puts some space between himself and everyone else on this lap. So it's going to be Mir and Kadyshev, followed by Brechant. Kadyshev making up some ground in the 2nd corner.
Mir, Kadyshev 1 and 2 with the Swiss rider Brechant in the 3 position, but it's going to be all about the French rider Mir. with the plate 7 coming down the last straightaway. Kadyshev wants a little bit more. He's going to fight him all the way to the finish line. Pedal, pedal, pedal. And he got the win. Kadyshev from Russia, Mir, Bouchard, and Lenegard for the 4.
Wow, the Russian recognizing the importance of the time. So Kadyshev fighting for lane choice. Mir, Brechon, and Lenegard, they will move on out of heat number 4. Heat number 5, we have Andre, Tournbizet, Bretthauer, Bias, Peel, Dedi Lolaire. So Andre, disappointing yesterday, not quite getting to the main. He has his work cut out for him. I suspect to see him in the first corner. Young rider from Cavaillon, France, down the hill, fastest down the hill. Looks like he's fastest to the first turn. I see Peel just outside of him. Someone's going to dive on him, though, so it's going to be Andre, followed by Bias and Peel in third, but Peel's got some company behind him. Andre taking a commanding lead coming out of the second corner.
Andre, Bias, Peel, 1, 2, and 3. Peel wants a little bit more. He's going to fight for that second, but Andre's going to run away with it down the last straightaway. Bias and Peel, 1 and 2, fighting for it. And there's going to be Andre, Peel, Bias, Tournbizet from France picking up that 4th place position.
Wow, so the New Zealand riders fighting for second and third, possibly used to racing against each other at home. Andre, Peel, Bias, Tournbizet, they will move on out of heat 5. Good ride for Peel. Heat number 6, Pelliward, Van Gent, Aguirre, McLean, Klashenko, and Sanier. Featured rider, Twan Van Gent, Red Bull. He has wings. He's definitely fast down the hill. He's no stranger to making big main events and winning them. Twan Van Gent not getting the best start as Pelliward has found his mojo and jumps into the first turn in first. Van Gent diving under the Russian, so it's going to be Pelliward and Van Gent, Klashenko in third. Pelliward just finding his groove right now.
Pelliward, Van Gent 1 and 2, Klashenko in 3. Van Gent wants that first place finish, but Pelliward's holding him off down the last straightaway. It looks like it's going to be Pelliward, Van Gent, Klashenko, and the Australian rider squeezing in for that 4th place of McLean, taking that 4th place position.
McLean with a clean 4th, just getting through, lives to fight another round. The official is Pelliward, Van Gent, Klashenko, and McLean. Unfortunately, Aguirre and Sanier are left to watch the rest of the races. Heat 7, Malyshenkov, Freiswick, Bujaki, Bayard, Calixto Lopez, and Shippers. This could be anyone's race. Wrists rolled forward. That seems to be the thing on the gate, but the Russian Malyshenkov blasts into the first corner in first, followed by the Australian. So it's going to be Malyshenkov and Freiswick 1 and 2 with the Colombian in third.
The Russian rider Malyshenkov has been looking good today, and he is showing you how smooth he can go through that third straightaway, followed by Freiswick in that 2, but it's going to be all about the Russian rider, followed by the Australian Malyshenko, Freiswick, Lopez, and Shippers from the Netherlands picking up that 4th place position.
Yes, the official Malyshenkov, Freiswick, Lopez, and Shippers moving on out of heat number 7. As we head up to the hill for heat number 8, we see Patty Sherrick, the Magician, Ramirez, Milano, Okendo, Gomers, and Tomizioli. Quite a mixed group of power and skill up on this gate. And again, it could be anyone's race. So the skies have opened up just a bit as it starts to rain just a bit. The Venezuelan hot out of the gate with Sherrick in 2. It's going to be Milano, Sherrick, and the Magician in third, actually going to 4th. So Milano, Sherrick, Ramirez slipping back to 4th.
Milano, Sherrock, Okendo, 1, 2, and 3. The Magician coming in for that third place, but it's Milano, Sherrock fighting it out, 1 and 2 into that finish line. It's going to be a close one of Sherrock, Milano, Ramirez, and Gomar for the 4.
Yeah, disappointing for Okendo, the London Olympic bronze medalist, getting beat out by the Rio Olympic bronze medalist of Ramirez. However, Gomer's making a good move on Okendo. Milano and Sherrock fighting his way to first just at the line. So, heat number 9, we see Nijhog, Vandenberg, Clerte, Van Hoyten, Cardoso, and Dijk. The sun is coming out through the clouds, and we have some rain falling from the sky. That's not a big deal for Tori Nijhog because he's from Vancouver, Canada, and it is known to rain in the Pacific Northwest of North America. So I'm quite certain he's comfortable with the raindrops falling on his head.
Is good for his confidence.
Ja, zeker goed voor zijn zelfvertrouwen. De Ruben Gommers plaatsen voor die 1-16 in de finale.
Final adjustments. You can see the specks of rain on the black tarmac just before the first jump. Even though the sun is shining, we have a sun shower going on. Nothing but variety. They're backing off the gate. Backing off the gate. We are waiting for word, as we always don't know what the officials have called from our position. There we go, back on. If anybody has watched Wayne's World from the 90s, we're back on as we see Tori Nijhog next to Dutch national champion Dave Vandenberg. Wind pick up just a little bit, and the water is still falling from the sky.
Watch out for Nijhog.
So watch out for Nijhog is what the announcer said at the race. I see Vandenberg and Nijhog. Vandenberg giving Nijhog a bit of space. Dangerous move because Nijhog will take it, but Nijhog and Vandenberg 1 and 2, followed by Van Hoyten in 3, as Tori Nijhog takes control in the second corner.
The Canadian national champion and the Dutch national champion fighting it out 1 and 2, but they are taking it away. It's all about Tori Nijhog and Dave Vandenberg, but it's going to be a fight for that 3rd and 4th position. There's three of them coming down that for a finish line, but it's going to be Nijhog, Vandenberg, Clerte, and Dijk for the 4.
Yeah, Eddie Clerte getting the 3rd place, making his father, Michael Clerte, very proud. The youngster, I believe the youngest in that moto, Eddie Clerte, getting in there, followed by Dijk, Vandenberg with the 2nd, and Nijhog with the 1st. That's your official 4 moving out of that round. Heat number 10, Naverstad, Posey, Grazian, Yamaguchi, Garcia, Gonzalez, and Pointon. Or I believe it's Pointon. Excuse me. Riders ready, watch the gate. Looks like Posey was off to a decent start, but Naverstad had a better one. So Naverstad's going to lead Posey out into that second corner. It's going to be Naverstad and Posey. No one diving underneath those two big guys. Naverstad, Posey, and Garcia Gonzalez. Posey with a little bit of freewheel over that second jump in the pro section, but Naverstad's looks like he's going to take it down the 3rd straight.
Tour Naverstad Norway taking it down, showing Posey which way to go. It's going to be Naverstad for 1, Posey 2, Garzila from Italia for the 3, and the 4th place is going to be picked up by Garcia from Venezuela.
Good ride by Garcia Gonzalez, the Italian. Another Italian making a move down the last straight, moving up to 3rd. The official, Naverstad, Posey, Grazian, Garcia Gonzalez. Happy Mother's Day, Mama Posey. If you are watching, your boy is looking all right today. Heat number 11, Tugis, Dumi, Mandamakers, Lanagar, Doucette, and Rock and Roll. Cole Tisar from North Carolina, USA. Out of the gate they come. Looks like Tuga straight to the front. Rock and Roll Cole with a nice start out from the outside, jump to manual in, but he leaves the door open and gets taken out. Might be some time for them to make it out. Tugis walking away with it into the second corner with a big lead over second.
Bunch up in that first turn, but Tugis is leading the pack into the last turn with Manmakers in that second position, but it's the Canadian rider of Tugis for the first, Manmakers for the second, coming through the finish line. Oh, Canada, Tugis, Manmakers, Demi from France, and Doucette from France for the 4.
Tugis with a nice run. Unfortunate for Tizar and Lanegar, but Tugis, Manmakers making it happen. Dumi and Doucette, they will move on. Heat 12, Shawnee Gain, Justin Kimmin, The Chappelle Show, Brunner, Sciortino, and Mastruti. 6 riders in, only 4 can move on. Shawnee Gain sitting on the pole in lane 1 next to the young Justin Kimmin. Looks like Shawnee Gain's off to a fantastic start. Fastest down the hill and fastest into the first corner. A little bit of a case into the first jump. Looks like we have a one of the Italians diving into second. That would be Sciortino. Gain walking away with it with Sciortino in second, but the Swiss rider now taking second in the second corner.
Gain running away with it. Brunner from Swiss in the second place coming through, but it's going to be all about the U.S. rider Shawnee Gain in that first place position. Brunner and Scorsese in that third, and it's going to be a fight for the Italian for the 4th place, and it is going to be Mastruti taking over that 4th place position.
Mastruti getting in, says, hey teammate, I want to join your club. He does. Kimmin with a disappointing 5th. The official, Shawnee Gain, Brunner, Sciortino, and Mastruti doing work. Heat 13, we see Anthony Dean, Stendhal, Garcia, Ramiro Marino, Munoz, and Lefebvre from France. Featured rider Anthony Dean. Let's see if he got the cobwebs worked out. Had a little bit of a rough start with a crash in turn 2 today, but he's here. Out of the gate, looks like Dean is going straight to the front. Let's see if he can keep his back wheels up and get some backside. Funny line into the first jump, or in the first corner. However, still comes out of the first turn first. We see Dean, Garcia, and Stendhal. Stendhal looking good, but Marino gets past Stendhal. So now it's Dean, Garcia, and Marino.
Dean, Garcia, Marino, 1, 2, and 3 into that last turn. It's going to be all Anthony Dean, Garcia for the second, Marino from Argentina in that 3rd place position coming through the finish line. Dean, Garcia, Marino, and Lefebvre from France picking up that 4th place.
Good ride by Dean and Garcia. Ramiro finding his flow, and Lefebvre. Those will be the official qualifiers out of Heat 13. Moving on up, Heat 14, we see Ospina, Racine, Fala, Faber, Budelli, and Barry from New Zealand. Fala with a nice start. Ospina to the bottom of the hill, but Fala in a close second as they jump into the first corner. Let's see if Fala can hold on to that. Ospina, Fala, and Faber. So we have Colombia, Ecuador, and France respectively in the second corner.
Ospina looking good. Good first straightaway coming through that 3rd straightaway, followed closely by Fala and 2 French riders trying to pick up more spots, but it's Ospina, Fala, Faber, 1, 2, 3. Faber looks like he's going to want that 2nd place, but Colombia, Ecuador, France, and France Racine for the 4.
Great ride by Ospina and Fala. And Faber and Racine pulling in the 3 and 4 to take those official top 4 positions going into the next round. That was Heat 14. Heat 15, the Latvian Vide, German of Webster, Van der Weiss, Hubert, Hecker, and Charavant from France.
Okay, let's see who.
Vidi off to a late start out of the gate. Webster shutting him down just a bit. He's going to take it into the first turn. Vidi finds his way into second anyway with that inside line. So it's going to be Webster, Vidi, and Van der Weiss, 1, 2, and 3, as they ease on into that second corner.
Webster, Vidi, Van der Weiss, 1, 2, 3. Little mix-up down that second straightaway, but these three look like they're going to take it nice, calm, and cool down that last straightaway. It looks like it's Webster, Vidi fighting it out. Vidi wants more. He wants the win. It's going to be Vidi, Webster, Van der Weiss for the 3, and Charavant for France for that 4th.
Good ride by Vidi, fighting all the way, recognizing the value of the time. He will take the first in that one, followed by Webster, Van der Weiss, and Charavant. As we keep it moving, there is no more water falling out of the sky, just so you know at home. Heat 16, we see Kimmin, Buti, Boguer, Elbers, Becerra, and Espejo. Nick Kieman winning the World Championships here in 2015, so he is comfortable on this track. As you can see him flying into the first corner in first, so it'll be Kieman coming out of the first corner, followed by Buti and Boguer. So Kieman, Buti, and the Belgian rider Boguer, 1, 2, and 3, looking like they're riding nice, and there's a fight for 4th. Sam.
Kieman, Buti, 1 and 2, down the last straightaway into the last turn. It's going to be the Dutch ride of Kieman, twist ride of Buti, and then Boguer for that 3, and there's going to be a fight for that 4th place position. Who is going to take it? Kieman, Buti, Buter, and it's going to be a photo finish between Boguer and Elbers.
Number 16, the 132s.
Always nail-biting situation when it's that photo finish for 4th.
Definitely in that top 2. It's a photo finish. It's going to take a little while to appear.
So the official is Kieman, Buti, Boguer, and Becerra, just beating out Elbers from the Netherlands. Heat number 17, Pilar, Nagasako, Schmidt, Webster, Jacob, and Seegars from Belgium. Belgian contingent looking to hold their own ground. They've been doing quite well. Fancy disc brake we see right there. Custom bike. Mabo. Down the hill they come. Pillard straight to the front from France. He's going to take it into the first corner. He gets a little bit too much air, and he gets dove on in the first corner. So that will be Pillard, Nagasako. Pillard and Nagasako, 1 and 2. Sam, what do you see?
Pillard, Nagasako, 1 and 2. The German rider Webster in that 3, and the Dutch rider in that 4. It looks like it's going to be Pillard, Nagasako, Webster, 1, 2, 3 with the plate 15 coming across the finish line. It's going to be Pillard, Nagasako, Webster, and Seegars for the 4.
Wow, Seegars slipping in there for the 4. The official Pillard, Nagasako, Webster, and Seegars. Those will be your transfers. Heat 18, Tremanis, 3rd place. Yesterday's 3rd place finish. Tremanis around 3 3rd place. Shippers, Shopman, Schaub, Jensens, and Homsch from Australia. Known to have some wild rides, but they're fun nonetheless.
Okay, Belgium.
All right, as the sun gets bright and the day gets bigger, we see Tremanis flying into the first corner in first, looking very comfortable in the lead. So it's going to be Tremanis, Shopman, and Homsch, 1, 2, and 3. Keep your eye out because 4th and 5th, there seems to be a battle brewing.
Tremanis in that 1st place position. Scoutman Jensen, a little bit of a mishap down that 3rd straightaway. It looks like it's going to be a race for that qualifying position. Tremanis for the 1st, but who's going to pick up that 2nd and 3rd? It looks like it's going to be Jensen, Shippers, and Homsch from Australia getting into that 4th.
Wild riding down the 3rd straight. Tremanis, Jansen, Shippers, and Holmes Schottman just missing out on that qualifying position. Got a little wild in the third straight. Heat 19, Renkerel, Godet, Smith, Galiamov, Tehiko, and Vallon. Definitely a group of players in this one. I'm glad I'm watching. Godet not with the best start as Renkerel takes it down the hill, but Smith with the speedy legs. So it's going to be Renkerel and Smith 1 and 2. Godet still finds his way to third as they come into the second corner. Smith looks like he's falling backwards and might be in trouble.
Renkerel, Godet squeezing into that second position with Smith trying to hold off the Russian, but it looks like Renkerel, Godet, Smith 1, 2, and 3 with a fight for that fourth position. Is it going to be the Australia ride of 247 picking up that fourth of Tehiko?
Tehiko just getting in. Smith having to work for that one a little bit. You can see those legs pumping through those straightaways. That helped him out. The officials, Renkerel, Godet, Smith, and Tehiko. Definitely disappointing for Galiamov. Heat 20, Kyle Evans, Marquardt, Fox, De Souza, Osorio, and Yoshimura. Featured rider, Team GB, Pure Bicycles, Kyle Evans with the best finish. Second place at his home track in Manchester. You could see the intensity through his goggles as Kyle Evans just blasts out of the gate and into the first corner in first. It will be Evans, followed by the Swiss rider, Marquardt, and De Souza. So we have Great Britain, Swiss, and Brazil, 1, 2, and 3 in this turn 2.
Evans, Marquardt 1 and 2 with the Brazilian rider of De Souza for the 3. It looks like Evans is going to be taking it around that last turn with a little bit of a crash in the last turn. So it's going to be 1 Evans, 2 Marquardt, 3 is De Souza, and Fox from New Zealand is going to squeeze into that fourth position.
Slippery like a fox, he gets into that fourth position from New Zealand, making Matt Cameron very proud. So the official is Evans, Marquardt, De Souza, Filo, and Fox. They will move on out of Heat 20. Heat 21, Harmsen, Volk, Kriegers, Molina, Bensink, and Omont.
Okay, we have Omont, Molina, Bensink, Wolf, Kriegers, and Harmsen in heat number 21 in the 132 final.
Heat 21, they come down the gate. I got caught up watching the races. It was so interesting. Looks like Harmsen finds his way to the front, I believe. And yes, it is Harmsen, Kriegers, and Molina. Harmsen, Kriegers, and Molina. Kriegers and Molina, teammates of sorts, but different countrymen. So, Sam, now I'm in your way.
Harmsen, Kriegers, Molina 1, 2, 3 with the Dutch rider coming into that fourth, but it looks Harmsen, Kriegers, Molina 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the way it was. That's the way it's going to be with the fourth ride of Bensink picking up that fourth place position.
Yes, Harmsen looking very solid that lap. Bensink with the fourth, Kriegers and Molina. The official, Harmsen, Kriegers, Molina, and Bensink. 2 Dutch riders getting out of that round. Heat 22, Villegas, Hughes, Kronk, Da Silva, Garoyan, and Sevita. Featured rider on that Krupi bicycle. Best Supercross finish was a 6th. This will be Federico Villegas. Looking to keep it rolling. Heading down the hill, looks like Villegas has the fastest time to the bottom, and he will jump into the first turn in first. A couple of Australians trying to make a move going low in that first corner. Hughes, that will be, trying to battle Da Silva, but it's going to be Villegas and Da Silva 1 and 2.
Villegas, Da Silva 1, 2, but the race is for that third and fourth position. Looks like the Australian rider is going to be wanting a little bit more from the Brazilian, but Villegas, Da Silva, Kronk from Australia picking in that third, and it's a fight to get through the finish line. Villegas, Kronk, Da Silva, Hughes from Australia, getting that 4th place position.
Nice ride for Hughes, one of the youngest out there. Met him on Wednesday. He seemed like a nice young kid. And found his way, moving on to the 16th, along with De Silva, Kronk, and Villegas. That's your official. Severe and Garillon moving on. Not moving on. Heat 23, Graf, Van Gorkum, Kuzma, Van Kamen, Dubois, and Bonini. Graf and Van Gorkum, 2 heavy hitters going head to head. Van Gorkum not getting the best of gate starts, so it's going to be Graf and Van Kamen 1 and 2. Not sure if Van Kamen does shut the door on Van Gorkum, so it's going to be Graf, Van Kamen, and Van Gorkum. Interestingly enough, Van Kamen is from the USA, Van Gorkum from the Netherlands, both sharing the Van in their name. Sam.
Graf, Van Kamen, Van Gorkum, 1, 2, 3, with coming down the last straightaway. It looks like it's going to be that way. Graf for the 1st, Van Kamen for the 2, Van Gorkum for the 3, and Dubois for the 4.
Good ride by Dubois, just getting in there. Unfortunately, the Italian Bonini missing out. So the official is Graf, Van Kamen, Van Gorkum, and Dubois. They will move on as we look up to the hill for Heat 24 to see Fields, Turner, Tanager, Verbinen, Cristofoli, and Ikegami.
Gentlemen, your attention for Heat number 24.
Belgian rider, Verbinen, crowd favorite. Olympic gold out of lane 1, taking it straight to the front. Looks like going to be Fields and Bodie Turner, 1 and 2. They have a sizable lead over the rest of the pack as they want looking to spread that out further. Fields, Turner, and Tanager, 1, 2, and 3 going into turn 2.
Fields, Turner, Tanager, 1, 2, and 3. There's been some mix-up for that 4th place position, but it's all about Fields and Turner, 1 and 2, followed closely by the Swiss rider, Fields, Turner. Turner wants a little bit more from Fields, but Fields is going to take the win. Turner for the 2, Tanager for the 3, and the 4th place is going to go to Japan, Ikegami.
Ikegami getting in there. The Dutch rider unfortunately going down. The Belgian rider unfortunately going down in the 2nd corner. The fans giving him some love as he's coming around the last corner. He made a valiant effort for sure. Elias Verbinen, number 138. Getting respect from his local, his home country. The official, Fields, Turner, Tanager, Ikegami, Cristofoli, and Verbinen, unfortunately, are done for the day. The next time we see the men, it will be the 16th finals. The next time we see the men, it will be the 16th finals.
Racing will resume at 3:05. Racing will resume at 3:05.
Heb jij gezien hoe Fransen dat er ook nog door zijn?
Quite a bit of time to hang out. Enjoy the sun if you're on location. If you are not, then turn the sound up. The DJ is playing some music here on site. I'm sure it's coming through your speakers. And of course,
So we're going to eat something and we'll be right back at you for the 160 finals in the man category.
Had a little bit of rain at the start, but now it's clearing up. Blue skies, a little bit of cloud cover, but it's looking beautiful. Taking care of those turns, watering the track. Stands are getting some ice cream because it's warm outside and the sun comes out.
so looks like we are going to go to Pete D in the pits. He has some more scoop, more insight. Always love to hear from Pete D. Pete, tell us what's good. Oh, sorry. I was a bit jumping the gun. I was excited to hear from Pete D from the pits, but he's actually getting the camera placed and the cords worked out. So I hit the gate, Sam Cools. I hit the gate.
Flipped the gate.
I flipped the gate. It happens. Even the best sometimes hit the gate, but that's okay because I have a last chance qualifier coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
So pretty interesting round. Had a little bit of, it went from like cloudy to sunny to rainy to sunny and rainy to cloudy to sunny again.
Yeah, and I think the people at home, you know, times do matter. You know, there was some times there, I think there was one moto with Tori in it, and he had it all. I mean, he had the rain, the wind, all at once, and that does affect the time just a little bit. So we might see that coming into the next round, the 1/16 finals. We'll see if that's going to be playing a little bit of a part on that. So it's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting. And so far, no upsets just yet. Still early, a little bit early on in the qualifying, but no major upsets just yet, which only makes that for better racing as we move closer to the main event. We always want to see the best at their best, racing the best.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's some French riders that are sticking out nicely.
All right, so the starter has given me the call, and Pete D is now ready to give us all of the scoop. Pete D, tell us what's good.
Welcome back to Pete in the Pits. I'm here with Wade Boots, national coach for Australia. Wade, traveling the World Cup circuit, always difficult. Back-to-back races makes a travel time a little less for you, but what did you guys do in between these last two World Cups?
This week we just really relaxed at Papendal and had one training session really, because it's a new format this year and having back-to-back races but also back-to-back weekends, so it's a huge amount of volume, and we're just trying to get that right and see how today goes with the riders today.
So you guys are known for a lot of work, a lot of good ethic for training, but what did you guys do in the downtime to have some fun on this such a long trip for everyone involved?
Definitely make sure the riders have a lot of involvement with that. So we went and did a little bit of a sightsee, have some lunch into town, and do just the basic things. And it's just being on the road. We've got to go do laundry, which takes up hours, and then just doing those basic things and traveling to the next country and getting settled into the next hotel. So that sort of fills in your week. And by the time you have your 1 or 2 little training sessions of recovery, that's it. And then it's just about recovery and get ready for the next race.
So every year, things change a little bit, but after Olympic cycle, seems like you have some new young talent on the team, as well as a bunch of other Australians. So how does it feel coming into like a new cycle for the next few years of getting ready for Tokyo?
Yeah, we're excited. We got a bunch of great new kids here this weekend, giving it a go on the world circuit. So definitely it's a year to sort of scout and see what's out there, but also provide the support that we continually do for the top athletes to qualify the country. So it's definitely a great year to expand, and then we'll just really focus in the last 2 years preparing to qualify for the Olympics and also to deliver at the Olympics.
So we've seen a lot of great talent come out of Australia. Year after year, we have these big name riders that are coming out. Who do you see on the horizon? I know it's probably a little bit hard for you. You try not to be biased, but who do you see as the next big name to come from Australia?
Yeah, we got some junior kids who are not even here this weekend. So we've got quite a few kids here this weekend. Josh McLean, Shane Rosa, Andrew Hughes, Jai Homch, Leanna Curtis is here with the elite women. So there's a whole bunch of junior guys at home who haven't even got to the next stage yet, but we're excited to see how they go at Worlds with Saya Sakakibara, also with Kai as her brother. So it's definitely a lot of talent there. We're just trying to create a great environment, competition environment, and hopefully we can provide a great world domination.
All right, we know you need to run, so thanks so much for your time.
Excellent. Thanks, Pete. See you guys.
So next up, we have a name and a face you've seen all over the place, especially if you look at podiums on the World Cup as well as the Olympics. That's going to be this man right here, German Modena from Colombia. German, great to see you. What I just asked Wade was, how do you guys keep it fun? You're out here all this time training, doing camps. How do you keep it fun as well as make those riders improve and impress each time they come out and race on the World Cup circuit?
Hey Pete, nice talking to you. Good thing that you guys are seeing BMXLive.tv. So honestly, if you enjoy what you're doing, you are gonna have your best out of you and out of your riders. So I think the clue is to be happy with the work that you do, to transmit that in the best way possible to the riders.
So as of yesterday, you seem to have been transmitting that great with your riders, because Mariana has become the winningest elite woman ever on the World Cup circuit, taking her 8th World Cup win, surpassing the French woman that had the lead before. So definitely an impressive result. But how does someone like her help motivate those younger riders? Because I do see about 6 or 7 young Colombian women that are here racing, I believe for the first time on the World Cup circuit.
Oh yeah, well, that's a good news to know those statistics. And about Mariana, you can trust me that it was not an easy day for her yesterday, because she was struggling with some things on the track. But I think we have a really close relationship where we can discuss things in a honest way, looking for improvements every time she's on the track. So she has been really, you know, she listens a lot, and she's really down to earth. So I believe that's one of the key things. And you know, studying the other riders, her competitors, so that's something that is really good. And as for being an example, she's a role model, not for BMXers or female BMXers here at the BMX world, but in Colombia. So she, for us, is like a hero in our country.
So such a big country Colombia is for BMX, a lot of riders. How do you decipher who can come to these World Cups and maybe possibly be the next Mariana or Carlos Ramirez or whoever you think needs to be the next up-and-coming rider?
Well, usually I set some criteria for the races, see how the results are national-wise. But when you come to the international races, you can figure out better how the riders respond to that kind of situations. And you can, let's say, project each of them and where they maybe can be in a future. So it's a combination of both factors, nationally, international races. So it's always a challenge, but so far we have been doing really good.
So yesterday was a great day for Colombia with Mariana taking the win. Sometimes, you know, we love to do the transmission in English. Why don't you give a big word of thank you to Colombia, because they seem to be very behind Mariana with her win and as always each and every race.
La verdad es que me piden que hable en español sobre lo que ha hecho Mariana y lo que ha conseguido en cada carrera. Porque hay muchos televidentes, bueno, personas que ven en el internet la transmisión de las carreras, y la verdad que para nosotros es un honor estar acá, representar a Colombia. Somos embajadores de nuestro país cuando estamos por fuera en el mundo, y Mariana en especial es una mujer que siempre deja los colores de nuestra bandera del país en alto, y en especial queremos desearles a todas las madres hoy colombianas que nos apoyan de una forma u otra, a las madres de los deportistas, de todos los que estamos por fuera del país dejando el nombre de Colombia en alto. Un saludo muy especial, un abrazo gigante, y que gracias a ustedes estamos todos acá haciendo lo mejor que podemos.
Ay, 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 right? So congratulations on a great day. Hopefully you guys can back it up again, but thanks for always being such a good, stable, and role model with you, your riders, and all of Colombia on the World Cup circuit.
Okay, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that, and we just try to do our best, not just on the track, but off the track. So that's kind of the philosophy that we want to always have in our team.
So there you have it, right from German Medina. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We are excited. Racing is just around the corner, so we'll be back here with live racing. We'll throw it back to Jason and Samantha. I'm Pete Deluski. Back to them in the booth.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Wade Boots. And thank you, German, for giving us such a candid and honest interview. Send any questions to @BMXLiveTV. Sam and I are happy to engage with the fans of the BMX. Michael Claerte sends a big thanks to the crew at BMX Live TV. I think he likes the mentions. Or maybe the jersey I gave him.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's sending a thank you.
16 finals are coming up within the next 13 minutes. So for you viewers at home, 16 finals for men are coming up. It's been already some great racing today, great racing action. Hopefully we can continue it for you.
I'm positive that racing action will continue and be great. Positive about that. I'm wondering how many, there's a lot of Colombian riders. That got me thinking when Pete was talking to German. It's quite a few. They seem to keep coming. I remember German was kind enough to invite some American pros back in the day to Colombia, to Bogota, and was able to go there 5 years in a row and race there. And that track there in Bogota, named for Mario Soto, world champion rider from Ballet. That track had 5 turns.
Okay.
And the elevation, I don't know in meters, but the elevation in Bogota is higher than Colorado. So that's like, I think it's higher than right on 10,000 feet or more.
Wow.
So definitely difficult to race there. So I know at least the riders from Bogota are strong finishers, and I have the sneaky suspicion it has something to do with being at altitude and training at altitude and riding those long tracks. What's the best place you've ever been?
The best place I have ever been, you know, I love to go to South American race. I've been there, I believe 3 times. 2 times there were in Brazil for the World Championships in 2002 and 2006. And then also been to Argentina. I believe that was in 1999. So I've had some...
2000.
No, 2000, yeah, you're right. So I've always loved the people and the environment and the atmosphere. I remember the first time I was in Brazil, it was 2002. I was 16 years old. And for the pre-worlds, I met this young girl, a young Brazilian girl. And she just wanted me to sign her plates. And whenever I went around the world for World Championships, there was always young kids. So I always brought these little, you know, Teletubby bears.
Uh-huh.
And I'd always give them away, maybe to somebody. And I gave one to her. It had a little Canadian flag on it. And in 2011, the World Championships were in Denmark. She was there and raced for Brazil.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's pretty incredible, and she remembered me, and she came and introduced herself, and her brother was there, who I had also met, and that was, I mean, 9 years later, and you don't realize as a pro or as a person kind of who has done well at a sport how you can impact somebody's life, and I really felt like I had impacted her maybe in a positive way. So you don't know how people will affect you, and the world is very small. Very small.
Yes, that's one of my favorite things about traveling right now with this circus of BMX is that there's so many stories that I hear from other riders, because my perspective is mine, so I get the perspective of some of those younger riders that are now top pros or up and coming, and they might have remembered a race that I was in, or I might have come to their hometown and practiced. That Sylvain Andre was telling me a story about when I used to, how I would be on the gate with him in Caballon. So that's one of the special things about this sport is there's not many sports where the riders have such great access to the pros of the sport. It's a special thing, and I've always appreciated it and embraced it. So I like to see and hear other stories of people doing the same, such as yourself.
Yeah, Bodie Turner actually came to me in stop 1 and 2, and he had told me a story that at the World Championships in Australia 2003, I had won women's junior, first-year junior, I won. And also it was the first year that we had women's cruiser. And I had also won that as well.
Wow, you unified the title.
Right? So he had told me a story that we were staying at the same hotel as each other, and it's interesting how those, you don't think about it at that moment. You don't really think about how you will be remembered in a sport. So it's nice to, like you had said, it's nice to hear those little stories from some of the top pros right now, at the moment. And I mean, I have those stories too, watching Robert de Vilde in France World Championships. I think who did he pass down the last straightaway in '99?
Levesque in the last corner.
Yeah, Levesque. And I will remember that moment forever. So.
Yeah, that was that move put him on the map. He was on the map before, but definitely to beat Christophe in France at the Worlds last turn, pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
Enkele ogenblikken. Zullen de eerste rijders de 8 meter heuvel weer gaan bestijgen. En we aanvangen met die 1/16e finales.
I'm eating a candy bar right now, Sam. Like just straight up candy bar. That never happens. But it's happening now, and it's good.
It's the Belgian chocolate, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it says race on the package, so I figured we'd be okay. It was allowed.
And I was looking at the ingredients, but there is nothing. It's just which frightens me just a little bit.
And sugar.
Yeah.
Okay. Panning the track. You can see that this track is nestled in a very beautiful wooded area. Riders are hanging out, queuing up for their 16th final. There are a lot more men than women here, so the men are doing more laps, and the women won't join the program again until the 8th final, so we want to make sure that the men get their breaks so that they can put on the best show and safest possible show for the BMX world, watching here and at home. Recovery is a part of training. Recovery is part of the training.
So first, riders walking up the stairs to heaven.
I'm told the riders are walking up the stairs. We should be ready to roll in just under 4 minutes.
Only 4 riders will get a ticket for the next round. The 1/8 finals.
You see the sun is out. Anthony Dean with the black helmet on, ready to go. Naverstad just in front of Gommers. Connor Fields just in the back. He's most likely in some of the, will be in the later racks of pros. Elite men. Kai White with that pink GT bicycle. Easy to spot. There goes David Graff doing a once-over, making sure everything on his bike is just right. Just right and just tight.
You can see he's favoring that left hand. He had a big crash on stop 1.
Yeah, I believe he went to bed. He never even took his glove off. I think he might have went to bed with it. That's what he made it seem like on Instagram. I don't know that I would take it off. Definitely want to give him props. So, next up, Elite Men 16th Finals. We are about to get back underway. But yeah, give David Graff props. That was a pretty big crash in Papendal, round 1. Heat 1, Graff, Pollard, Blanchot, Tehiko, Bias, and Turnbize. The track will be wide open with only 6 gentlemen on the gate. However, that doesn't make it any more easy. Just makes it different. You have this many skilled riders with more room on the track. No one is safe in any position. Everything's up for grabs here at the BMX Supercross World Cup in Heusden, Zolder, Belgium. Round 4. How you doing?
So riders lining up on the gates. As we said on the inside, David Graff from Switzerland, your national champ. Surprisingly fast recovery from his crash in Babylon.
Looking at Graff, setting up his pedals. Sam just had a coffee delivered to her and thought nothing of me to have one delivered to me, even though I made sure she had lunch. But it's Mother's Day, and we still love you anyway, Sam. As we see David Graff looking focused next to the French rider Blanchot, as Sam is enjoying her coffee, pinky up, mind you. But right now it's time to get serious, as we are official. Round 1, or Heat 1, 16th Finals. Graff with the wheel up, drops it right at the kink. He's got a great time down the hill as he blasts into the first corner in first, followed by the Frenchman. I believe that's Blanchot. So we have Blanchot in third as they spread out. A little bit of a funny air by Blanchot going into the second corner.
Graff, Pollard 1 and 2, fighting it down that third straightaway, followed by the French rider in 3, and Australia bringing up the 4th place position, but it's going to be all about David Graff, Pollard for the 3, Tehiko and Blanche photo finish for that 3rd, 4th position.
Yeah, Blanchot had a little bit of trouble down that second straight. He was getting down it, but just couldn't quite get the momentum. So he is fighting and fought just enough to get that 4th place position. So the official Graff, Pollard, Tehiko, and Blanchot, they will be your 4. Heat 2, Kimmen, Dean, Naverstad, Garcia, Dubois, and Gommers. This one already has several heavy hitters, including this guy, Anthony Dean. Last chance, he got a first. The 32nd final, he got a first with that crash earlier today. So kind of an up and down day, or I'll say down and up, since he is up right now. See that low front wheel as he comes out of the gate, nice and smooth. Kimmen just pouring it on, though. Dean looks like he's riding a little bit timid over that jump into the first corner. Nonetheless, it will be Kimmen, Dean, and Naverstad 1, 2, and 3 as they head into the second corner. Sam.
Kimmen, Dean, Naverstad, Garcia putting in that 4th place position, but it looks like Kimmen is leading this pack into the last turn with Dean right behind him, but there's going to be a fight for that 3rd place position between Naverstad and Garcia all the way to the finish line. It's going to be Naverstad, Garcia for that 4th place spot.
Yes, no one's safe when there's only 6 riders on the gate. Garcia, known for his track speed, unfortunately he ran into the back of Naverstad and Gommers almost got him. So it'll be Kimmen, Dean, Naverstad, and Garcia making it just by the hair of his chinny chin chin. Heat number 3, Fields, Kadyshev, Kai White, Buti, Sebesta, and Mandamakers looking to make it happen.
Fields again from
Fields is out of the gate looking clean. Kai White next to him for a bit, but Sebesta looking to close in. Kai White's going to slide in there on the second. Sebesta just on the outside, but Fields walking away with it. Fields, White, Kadyshev now. I don't know what happened to Sebesta. He's going to have to fight for something.
Fields is running away with that first place position with White and Kadyshev in 2 and 3, but it's going to be a fight for that 4th place. Fields in first. Looks like Kai White's going to try to take that 2nd place position. Katiev into that 3rd, and Manmakers in the 4.
Yes, Manmakers making it happen. Like to give you the official Fields, White, Kadyshev, and Manmakers. Very happy, and thank you for the coffee. Next up, Evans, Mir, Smith, Kronk, Faber, and Clerté. Featured rider, Kyle Evans, taking 2 first places thus far. Smile on his face. He's looking to get to the main event. Pure strength coming on that pure bicycle from Kyle Evans. Mir looks like he's going into the 2nd position quite easily, so it's going to be Evans and Mir 1 and 2. Evans and Mir walking away with it as Faber is in 3. Evans pedaling every inch he can as Mir is in tow.
Mir is not letting go of Evans. He wants to take that 1st place win. It's going to be between Evans, Mir into the last turn, getting a little bit squirrely, but it's all about Evans and Mir 1 and 2 with the French rider Fabry into that 3rd position, but it's Evans, Mir, Fabry, and Smith picking up that 4th.
The U.S. rider just getting in there, Smith. Mir almost running into the back of Evans going to the last corner. They hold it together, so the official will be Evans, Mir, Faber, and Smith. Heat number 5, Villegas, Pelliward, Da Silva, Fox, Shippers, and Grazian. Looking for Villegas. First in round 1, first in his 32nd final. He's looking to go all the way. Looking for Villegas and Pelliward to meet in the first turn. Just a guess, but anything can happen. Out of the gate, looks like Pelliward gets in front of Villegas, his elbow at least, and Pelliward is going to take it into the first corner, not going upstairs on the jump into the first turn. Nonetheless, he is coming out in first. So it's Pelliward, Fox, Villegas in a bit of trouble, dropping back to 4th as the Dutchman gets into 3rd place.
Pelliward, Fox 1 and 2 with Shippers in 3. Villegas is back down into that 4th position. Can he hang on to it? But it's all about the French rider Pelliward, Fox in the 2, Shippers 3, and Villegas going to take that 4th place route.
Great riding by Pelliward. He has woken up today. Let me tell you, definitely making some statements out there. Heat number 5, the official Pelliward, Fox, Shippers, and Villegas keeping his hope alive. They will be the official moving through. Looking at Heat 6, we have Harmsen, Godet, Lopez, Hughes, Mastruti, and Seegers. Nice, strong gate coming out of lane 1. Great clean pedals. That'll be Harmsen going straight to the front with a quickness. He's going to take it upstairs and come out of the first turn in first, followed by Godet. Harmsen, Godet, and Lopez, 1, 2, and 3. They're spread out a little bit. Got a wreck in the 2nd turn. Sam.
Harmsen, Godet out of harm's way. Hughes moving up to that 3rd position. Going to the last turn, it looks like it's going to be Harmsen, Godet, Hughes, 1, 2, and 3. Past the finish line, it's going to be Harmsen, Godet, Hughes, and Seegers from Belgium picking up that 4.
Very strong, assertive lap by Harmsen. Godet finding his way in there yet again, one of the oldest in the field. Hughes and Seegers, they will move on. Unfortunately, Mastruti and the Colombian are left wanting. Heat number 7, Malyshenkov, Freiswick, Trey, White, Brachon, Boguer, and Garcia Gonzalez. Malyshenkov in lane 1. Heat 7. It's a go. The horns blow. Trey White down the hill, but Malyshenkov has the time, but Trey has the pull heading into the first corner in first. He's going to bring that yellow GT out of the first corner just in front of the Russian. So it's White, Malyshenkov, and Freiswick. White and Malyshenkov have a little bit of a battle, putting some distance on Freiswick.
Malyshenkov wants to get that one, but White is just running away with it, looking smooth through that third straightaway. Oh, and it looks like there's going to be some changing into that last turn, but it looks like White, Malyshenkov, 1 and 2, Freiswick, and Brachon from Switzerland picking up that 4.
Great ride by Brachon. Unfortunately, the Belgian rider not getting through of Boguer. Hard fought. So the official is White, Malyshenkov, Freiswick, and Brachon from Switzerland. They will move through the program. So far, Heat 8, Kriegers, Andre, Shawnee Gain, Maynard Peel, Brunner, and Charavant. This will be a good test for Shawnee Gain as he will not have pole position. He's known for his starts. But the American riders have had trouble closing off the inside of the corners, some of them. Out of the gate, looks like Krieger struggled out of the gate, but he's going to mash it out anyway. Krieger's going to take it all the way in. Andre in second. Shawnee Gain getting dove on by Peel, but seems like Gain has the momentum. Will he gain on Andre is the question in the second corner.
Kriegers, Andre, Gain, Peel, 1, 2, 3, 4 into that third straightaway. It's all about Kriegers in that first spot. Andre doesn't want to let him get too far away, but it's going to be Kriegers, Andre, Gain, and Peel coming into the 4.
Great ride by all of the top 4 men in that lap, nice and clean. Kriegers, not the best start, but wow, did he just mash on the pedals and get down that first straight. Kriegers, Andre, Gain, and Peel, that's the official, as they will move on to the 8s. 16th finals, Heat 9, Marquardt, Van Gorkum, Vanderberg, Shippers, Lanegar, and Doucette. Van Gorkum not getting off to the best starts, but he knows lane choice and he knows strategy, so he will find himself diving into third place. Looks like Marquardt with another heater of a first straight in front of Vanderberg and Van Gorkum. Marquardt just taking it all the way into the second corner, closely followed by Vanderberg.
Marquardt, Vanderberg, Van Gorkum, 1, 2, 3 coming through that third straightaway. Marquardt's trying to keep out the Dutch army from passing him, but it looks like the Swiss ride of Marquardt, Vanderberg, Van Gorkum taking the 3 and the 4 is going to go to Shippers.
Wow, Swiss and 3 Dutch riders getting through that 16th final. The official, Marquardt, Vanderberg, Van Gorkum, and Shippers, Lanegar, and Doucette, unfortunately, are sent home. Heat number 10, Tugas, Komarov, Nagasako, Jensen, Ikagami, and Racine. We have the Canadian, the Russian, 2 Japanese players, a French, and a German. Good start by the Japanese rider, straight down the hill. Komarov has the best time heading into the first corner, though, it looks like. Komarov's taking it upstairs. He comes out of the first turn nice and clean with Nagasako right behind him. Tugas bringing up the third into the second corner.
Komarov into that first place. Nagasako and Tugas 1, 2, 3 with the French rider coming up into the 4th position, but Komarov is leading the way down that last straightaway with the Japanese of Nagasako and the Canadian rider of Tugas. 1, 2, and 3 with the 4 rider of Racine picking up that 4th place finish.
Racine racing to 4th. getting through. Moving on to the 8s. Want to give our respect and love to the Belgian rider. Jansen's crowd showing their love for their countrymen. Not making it through, but definitely putting in a great effort. The official from Heat 10, Komarov, Nagasako, Tugas, and Racine. Heat number 11, Palmer, Webster, Van der Gronendahl, The Magician, Ramirez, McLean, and Dumi. James Palmer, not his best start. We'll see if he can take advantage of being on the inside. Rider goes down. I think it was the Magician over the first jump. Coming out, looks like the German rider of Webster, followed by Van der Gronendahl, and Palmer looking to fight his way back up to third.
Webster, Van der Gronendahl, the Canadian ride of Palmer in that 3 with the Australian bringing up the back in the 4. But it's going to be the German ride of Webster, Van der Gronendahl, Canadian ride of Palmer, and Australia, McLean, picking up that 4th place finish.
McLean escaping clean from the wreck down the first straight, and the benefactor. Unfortunately, the Magician went down in the first straight. We hope he's okay. The official, Webster, Van der Gronendahl, Palmer, and McLean. Heat 12, Kai Sakakibara, Ospina, Nyhog, Webster, Klashenko, and Dyke. Featured rider, Tori Nyhog, first in round 1, first in 30-second finals. My guess is he's chosen lane 1, and he's looking to get all the way to the main. Sakakibara in 1 and Nyhog in 3. He's changed up his plan.
See how that works out for him.
Very interested to see how it works out. Sakakibara gets his elbow in front of the Colombian. Oh my gosh, we have an explosion over the first jump. There's only 2 riders left. We hope they are okay. It's Klashenko and Dyke. The rest of the riders are left scrambling for those last 2 positions.
Klashenko, Dyke 1 and 2. Looks like the Colombian rider and Tori Nyhog in that 4th place position. They're off the screen, but it looks like it's going to be Klashenko. Dyke qualifying with the Colombian rider, Nyhog in the 4, getting a little bit squirrely, but he wants to have some points. He's going to fight for that third lap, but it's going to be the Canadian rider with the German rider trying to pass just at the finish line, but it's going to go to Ospina, picking up that 4th place position.
Wow, what a wild ride. Disappointing for Sakakibara for sure. So the official, Klashenko, Dyke, Nyhog, and Ospina. Great effort by Ospina and Nyhog, having crashed off of their bikes, running back to their bikes and getting around the track to qualify. Heat 13, Turna, D'Souza, Palominos, Milano, Sciortino, and Geerling.
Palominos, Milano, Nick Geerling, and Marty Sciortino for Italia.
Australian rider Bodie Turner keeping in his headspace. Doing it for Michael Gamsetter, Bill Danishek, and the DK crew. Bodie Turner always known to have a smile on his face and having some fun, but the look on his face right now is definitely focus and calm. Let's see if he rises to the occasion. Heat 13, 16th finals. Looks like Bodie Turner is out, but my goodness, the Venezuelan just putting a hurting on that first straight. Milano coming out strong with Turner just behind him. So it's going to be Milano, Turner, and D'Souza. Milano finding his groove down the first straight.
Milano, Turner, D'Souza, 1, 2, 3, but the Brazilian rider wants a little bit more, and it looks like it's going to be Milano, Turner, 1 and 2, with D'Souza into that 3 position coming across the line. It's going to be the Venezuelan of Milano, Turner, D'Souza, and Geerling from the Netherlands picking up that 4th place finish.
Wow, Milano has found some consistency with that start. Milano, Turner, D'Souza, and Geerling, that's your official out of that round. Heat 14, looking at Edzis, Tremanis, Vidi, Molina, Bensic, Hompsch, and Lefebvre. Two Latvians right next to each other on the gate. One in yellow and black, the other in black and yellow, respectively. UCI BMX World Cup Pro Gate. This gate that these riders come out of revolutionized the BMX world in 2007 when they came up with the random start and uniform platform that all have a standard around the world. I believe it's 15 degrees. Random start. Here we go. Edzis, Tremanis out of the gate, but Molina out just a little bit better. Tremanis taking the low road into the first corner, Molina taking the high road, so it's going to be Molina, Tremanis, and Bensink 1, 2, and 3 with Vidi in 4th.
Molina, Tremanis, 1 and 2 coming around that second turn. It's Molina, Tremanis, Bensink in the 3 with the Latvian in picking up the 4th. So it's going to be Milano, Tremanis, Bensink in 3. Oh, Tremanis doesn't want that second. He wants that first. He's just going to be edged out with Vidi into that 4th place position.
Yes, Tremanis, the consummate professional, not his first rodeo. He knows the value of those times and those lane choices, so he is here to compete. The official, Molina, Tremanis, Bensink, and Vidi. They will move on. In Heat 15, Matthew, Van Kamen, Tanager, Sharek, Posey, and Becerra. This one could be anyone's.
Sharek, Posey, go down.
Matthew in lane 1, looked like he tapped the gate a little bit, but I think he just pushed it down. Posey out with a great start, but he's on the outside as Van Kamen slips into second just in front of Posey. So we have Matthew, Van Kamen, Posey. They are 1, 2, and 3 with Sharek in 4th.
The French ride of Matthew in 1, Van Kamen in 2, Posey in 3. Coming into the last turn, it looks like it's going to be Matthew, Van Kamen, Posey for 3. Into the finish line. It's going to be a fight for that 4th place position, but Matthew came in Sharek and Posey for the 3 and 4.
Yes, Mama Posey was probably at the edge of her seat for that one. The official, Matthew, Van Kamen, Sharek, and Posey. I like saying Sharek, but it's Sharek and Posey. They will move through. Heat 16, you have the American, Corbin Sharra, the Frenchman, Rincarel, the Dutchman, Van Gent, the Argentinian Marino. Then we have Fala. Twan Van Gent is our featured rider, working with 2 2s. He's staying consistent. Corbin Sharra out of the gate. Van Gent seems to be in the middle somehow, but it will be Sharra into the first corner. Van Gent making a move in the first corner. I don't know if it'll be enough. Shara, Van Karel, and Van Gent 1, 2, and 3 as they head into the second corner.
Shara riding nice and smooth in that third straight. Renkarel, Van Gent for the 3. Coming into the last turn, it's going to be all about Corbin Shara. Renkarel trying to catch up as much as he can with Van Gent pushing on the pressure. 1, 2, and 3 with the 4 ride of Marino coming in from Argentina.
The official, Shara, Renkarel, Van Gent, and Ramiro Marino getting through. Vala and Van der Weist left to go home. So, in the 8th finals, we will see the men in the 8th finals next, excuse me. They will go to the quarters after the 8th, but right now, we are moving on up with elite women and their 8th finals as we move through these single elimination rounds on this beautiful day. Heat 1, Pahon, Bondarenko, Admakina, Mikkelsen, Buldinska, and Grun. All eyes on Mariana. All eyes on Mariana, however, do not count out Bondarenko or any of the Russian contingent as Mariana Pahon takes it into the first turn. So we have Pahon followed by Bondarenko and Admakina. Admakina taking the low road as Bondarenko pulls away in second with Pahon still in the lead.
Every lap building more and more confidence for Pahon, but Bondarenko, the Russian ride, is looking nice, strong, smooth, and fast in that last straightaway. It's going to be Pahon, Bondarenko, the French ride, 74 of Adkamin, and the 4th place is going to be Mikkelsen from Canada.
Good ride for Mikkelsen, getting in there, making it through to the quarters. Heat 1, Pahon, Bondarenko, Admakina, Mikkelsen, that's your official. They will be moving through. Heat 2, we see Bao, Mayer, Restrepo, Curtis, Torres, and Lack. Bao coming out of lane 1 next to Mayer. Looks like Bao wants to take it to the front. Mayer charging hard for second, but Bao is running away with it with a really fast line into that first corner and out of it. So it's going to be Bao and Mayer, followed by Curtis, 1, 2, and 3. The Australian pushing up on the Frenchwoman.
Bao, Mayer, Curtis, 1, 2, 3, looking strong through that third straightaway. 4th place is going to go to the Colombian rider, but it's all about Bao in that first place position. Mayer is hunting her down. They want to get as fast as they can around this so they can pick their lanes next round. But it's Bao, Mayer, Curtis, and the 4th is going to go to Restrepo.
Restrepo had to fight for it, lives to fight another lap. The official, Bao, Mayer, Curtis, and Restrepo. Moving on to heat number 3. Suvarova, Reynolds, Fleming, Moreau, Stevo, and Urbano. Featured rider Lauren Reynolds riding the S squared. She's only 25 years of age, and she's been riding BMX since she was 8 years old. Out of the gate, Reynolds looks like she got out pretty good. The Russian with a little bit more power, but Reynolds is charging hard into that first corner. She's going to be stuck on the outside just a bit as Stevo dives on Reynolds, but the Russian is in front, Suvarova, so it's going to be Suvarova, Stevo, and Reynolds as they spread out going into the second corner.
Suvarova, Stevo, 1 and 2. Looks like there was a little bit of mishap on that second straightaway, but we are all about Stevo. The Russian rider in the first place, Suvarova, Stevo in the 2, coming across the finish line. It's going to be the Russian rider of Suvarova, Stevo for 2, Fleming in the 3 from New Zealand, and Ordoza for the 4.
Very disappointing round for Reynolds. I don't know what happened just behind that second straight. It is Suvorova, Stavo, Fleming, and Urbano making it through. Very disappointing round for Reynolds as a finalist in the main yesterday. Heat 4, Escobar, Hernandez, Huisman, Pech, Saylor, and Ovchinikova. Featured rider Stephanie Hernandez, 2015 world champion. She's been riding BMX since she was 6 years of age. Looks like Hernandez is finding her flow, getting very comfortable charging down this first straight. She's jumping into the first corner in first with a couple of pedals down that jump into the first corner. Heading into the second straight, oh, Hernandez with a small mistake, so it's going to be Hernandez and Escobar as we see Sam bringing us in.
Hernandez, Pitch, Houseman from the Netherlands with the Colombian in 4th place, but it's all about Hernandez. Some passes being made in that last turn. Houseman in the second. Espadar trying to hold on to that third. Could she do it? I don't believe so. It's going to be Hernandez, Husman, Pitch, and Espadar for that 4th place. That's going to be your results. Hernandez, Houseman, Pitch, and Escobar from Colombia picking up the 4th.
Petch putting in a great lap, getting through. Heat number 5, Smulders, Shriver, Peterson, Vainstad, Gonzalez, and Vrenegor. Looks like Shriver wants to get her flow back, but that will be hard to do when you're next to Smulders on the gate as they both go into the first turn, first and second. So Smulders, Shriver, Vainstad, 1, 2, and 3. Waiting to see location of the force, but Smulders and Shriver 1 and 2 solidly down the third straight.
Laura Smulders looking strong down that third straightaway. The Strevers getting up, inching closer and closer. It's going to be Smulders, Strevers, Venstra in that 3rd place, picking up the 4th, the Latvian ride. It's going to be Smulders, Strevers, Venstra, and Pettersson from Latvia picking it up.
The official, Smulders, Shriver, Vainstad, and Peterson from Latvia. Moving on through the crowd. Heat 6, Christensen, Bernard, Priest, Hatakeyama, Carrillo, and Calderon. Featured rider, future doctor, Simone Christensen. Bright smile and always a tough competitor. Christensen out of the gate actually moves over a bit to the middle to take full control of this lap into the first corner. It will be Christensen and Priest 1 and 2 with Hatakeyama in 3rd. Christensen with a nice lead, looking comfortable in that second corner with Priest behind her.
Christensen, Priest, Hatakeyama 1, 2, and 3 with a fight for 4th between the French, the Colombian rider, but it's all about the Danish rider of Simone Christensen. Priest in 2nd, Hatakeyama in the 3rd, and it's going to be the 113 ride, the French rider of Bernard taking that 4th place.
Wow, good ride by Christensen. Pretty interesting line down the first straight, but I think she just wanted to show control. Christensen, Priest, Hatakeyama, and Bernard. That's your official from Heat 6. As we keep it going, the next time you see the elite women, it will be the quarterfinals. All the big players so far have gone through, except for Lauren Reynolds. That would be the biggest upset this round, as the sun is shining brightly on the track. Racing will resume at 3:55. Racing will resume at 3:55. Wow, Sam, thank you for filling in for me. For those of you who don't know, it got really warm in the in our booth as the sun is shining directly on us. We're just by the finish line. I had to shed a few layers of clothing, and Sam killed a bee that flew into our booth as well. So we had a little bit of distraction here, which made for a harrowing experience as we were doing our best to bring you all of the race action. So Sam, I appreciate that.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, you would do it for your kids, so it was just like the mom kicked in you. I
do
appreciate that.
I can do anything except spiders.
Oh.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
I don't do snakes.
So I'm okay with snakes.
Really?
Yeah, we have these little like garden snakes in Norway, and you just like kind of jump on them.
Yeah, we have rattlesnakes.
Yeah,
in
that's a little bit
Southern
different.
California.
Yeah.
So yeah. There's a thing called a rosy boa,
Yeah.
which is not lethal or poisonous, but I don't stick around for either. Anyways, a little bit of window into our lives here. We'd like to see a window into yours. Please text questions. Please text questions to us here at the BMX. So, Rachel Gaskin is asking, top 3 picks for finals. What do you say, Sam?
For women, it's going to be, I believe, not in any order, Laura Smulders, Mariana Pahone, and Judy Bao.
Wow.
I had that pick. And for men, I think, I don't know, you go first. What's your women's
All
pick?
right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Men. I'm going to say Connor, Corbin, and wow, number 3. I'm going to go out there. I think Andre or Pelluard. Pelluard's looking good, but I'll say Andre just ahead of Pelluard.
I think that Matthew has been riding very good.
That's a good pick as well.
Yeah, so I'm picking him to at least be in the main, the final today.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. We have another question as well, and that would be from Rick Trimmer at LV Camera. BMX Live TV, where has Elise Post been this World Cup season? Do you know, Sam? Sorry.
I don't know. I'm not too sure, actually. I think she's at home right now with Sam.
Yeah, she's at home with Sam. They have a lot going on, so it's been a little bit of an adjustment. So they're taking care of things at home, but Elise Post will be ready, willing, and able come World Championships. I believe we have Pete D on deck, going to bring us the scoop and all of the good news. Pete, let us know what's going on.
All right, we're moving on into the program. Up next is going to be the 8th finals for the elite men, and that's usually one of the hardest classes. When we get to this single elimination racing, you see all these riders coming from the different brackets. They're going to meet up, and I saw already in the first 2 is some of the biggest names, heavy hitters, going to be. And then we move on to the quarterfinals for the elite women. Again, you saw Lauren Reynolds right there. Unfortunately, didn't make it through, but some of the big names did. So again, they're going to meet up in these single elimination runs, and it's going to be tight racing from here on out. The weather you saw a little bit of a rain. Now it's perfect conditions, a little bit windy, but the riders are used to that, and they're happy to have this dry track and these dry turns, because these turns are fast and furious. A little bit of rain makes them not very fun to go through. So we're wrapping up for Pete in the pits here for the weekend. Definitely a new aspect of seeing these races, as we said, in this single elimination each and every run. So it's been good. Thanks for joining us on BMX Live TV. We'll kick it back to Jason and Sam in the booth as we get through the rest of today's racing. We're going to get back out there, get the information, get everything wrapped up. But thanks for joining us on BMX Live TV this weekend for Pete in the pits. As we said, we got the rest of the racing, but we'll see you on the other side. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Pete Deluski. Thanks again for tuning in, and we'll see you at the end of the day.
Pete, we will see you at the end of the day, and at dinner as well. Thanks, Pete, for breaking it down just a bit further for the fans, all of the people of BMX. We appreciate that. And it's much harder to get the scoop as we move further along in the program because the conversation in one's head tends to shift. Not change, but shift just a bit when we start getting into the eighths, quarters, and semis. Essentially 3 laps left for the men to the main event. And as we know, if your day goes well, you're riding the last lap of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure. To go back before Pete has, before we went to Pete, I'm not too sure where Elise is. I think she's preparing at home, getting ready for World Championships.
Totally. Elise is training. She actually almost did make this Euro trip. And then, from what I understand, just there were some things to take care of at home, and that's what she's doing. So she's a responsible adult. And so I'm quite certain that she's tending to those things at home. I'm also quite certain she's watching as well. So, or maybe not. Maybe they have the volume down in that house. But either way, we do wish Elise and Sam the very best and look forward to seeing them both in the very near future. Thank you for asking, Rick. We appreciate that. So the DJ has definitely shifted the mood here, upping the ante with the drum and bass music. You can see that flag, the tail of the flag on the hill blowing just to the top right of the screen, blowing just a bit. And again, the crew taking excellent care of this track. If you're just tuning in, this is Dr. Jason Richardson along with Mrs. Sam Cools Grunson, who she just let me know not too long ago that she's made like 16 or 19 World Championship main events, unified the World Championship title with a class and cruiser win as a junior, and learning all kinds of great things about Sam Cools. And I thought I would know because we spent a lot of time going to the same races, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's how immersed a pro is in their own stuff at a race sometimes, though, isn't it?
I think you need to be. It's important that at the race on that day that you need to just focus on you and yourself and what kind of you need to get done.
Yeah.
It's important.
Know what you're doing, but the clock is ticking. Give it your best and then you're on to something. And keeps on getting closer.
Taking care of the track.
Taking care of the track. And we have Alfredo Campo taking care of us, bringing us some really nice coffee. Thank you, mister. Thank you, sir. It's like fancy coffee, too.
Yeah. There's like a coffee bar.
That was nice of him. It's much appreciated. Although the energy has been so good at this event, the racing has been so good at this event, the coffee might just put us over the top.
Yes, the racing action has been on point.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Hugo Oliveira at Huguin Rock. BMX Live TV. Hey, Jason, what do you think about the final round here in Santiago del Estero? Do you have any spectative? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Oliveira, I love going to South America, and I'm very excited about the final stop in Santiago del Estero. And very excited about the food, to be honest with you. The food and the people are, the food, the people, and the food are my favorite things about South America. So thank you for asking. That track looks like it would be fun to ride. It's a bit of a long trip, I tell you, so I must love going down there because it is a long journey from Carlsbad, California. So Sam, what's the one race that got away from you? The one where you think, driving in your car and it just pops in your head and you just grit your teeth.
It was Brazil World Championships in 2006.
Oh, I was at home with a broken leg, so
yeah,
I wasn't there. So give me the breakdown.
I was second year elite women, and I was feeling good. I had some of the fastest times, and when I racked up into the semifinal, as the gate went down, I started to pedal, and my chain broke.
Ugh.
Yes. And the mechanic at the time, I think, was very excited, had a little bit too much coffee, and he forgot to put the pin.
Like the special? Oh, you mean it wasn't even pushed in?
It wasn't pushed in. It was just hanging there. So it wasn't squeezed in all the way.
That's not good.
That's not good. So I learned a lot from that race to, even though you have support staff, to always just take a once-over on the bike.
Check your chain.
Check your chain. And I felt good. I felt good. You know, it's hard to say, like, yes, I think I could have won, but it's more like I felt like I had the ability to be the best at that race. So.
Well, I think it was more than a feeling. You believe that. You know, I think when you get like the feeling and the belief, that's the special. That's kind of the convergence, if you will, of moving into that flow zone.
I'm going to give you the same question.
What's the race? I could give you several races that have gotten away from me. Okay, number one, the Worlds in Louisville, Kentucky. Well, actually, Ivo Lacus was in lane 8. He was winning to the first jump. And then I was winning into the first turn, and Dale was in 1 and just kept putting his elbow in my side until he started winning out of the first corner. So Dale Holmes beat me. So that one got away. That's a frustrating one. Another World Championship main event that I made was Volkenswaard, and I had won every lap but the main. So learned some lessons from that one. So those would be the two, actually, that got away. I was able to redeem myself later on in my career, so that I had many chances to redeem myself. And oddly enough, one of my favorite wins was the first World Championship that I won in Elite Cruiser at Michigan, Waterford Oaks. But one of my favorite races that I won was actually a national in Del Mar, California.
Okay.
Because at the Worlds I was at the Worlds in Volkenswaard, and Warwick Stevenson won. And then the NBL title, me and Kyle Bennett were going for it, and Kyle Bennett won. And then in Del Mar, I was between Kyle and Warwick in the main event. And my wife was there, my family was there, my friends were there, and I said, I'm winning today. So I put the pedal to the metal and won. So there you go. Redemption comes in the funniest of ways and places, but that was a very gratifying win to be next to essentially the two best and be one of the best on that day. So that was cool. But yes, Dale Holmes is happy to remind me of the Kentucky World Championships quite a bit. And I can also explain, if we have time, usually these are conversations I have with my clients, exactly why I didn't win.
Why didn't you win? Now I'm curious.
Yeah, see? Nope, I'm going to let it be a cliffhanger. And the good news is, having gone to school and learned psychology, I actually re-engineered like why I did win when I won. That's the secret sauce. That's my secret sauce professionally now.
That's your secret sauce.
Yeah. But I can tell you in Valkenswaard, I did want to win, but that sigh of relief when I made the main was when I released the pressure valve, and I didn't hold myself up to the same standard in the main event that I did throughout the whole day. That was just that much of a percentage point off, and that was it. And so when I did win, I held myself to that same standard throughout the whole day, even the main event, because it wasn't good enough to make the main event. I was there to win.
Yeah.
And it only was good enough until I won. There you go.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I should have come to you earlier because you had figured it out when you were young. All good. Look at the American hero, Mr. Corbin Sherraw. USA Cycling. 2016 Olympian. Tucson seeded and breeded Corbin Sherraw. Next to Sylvain Andre. Sylvain Andre must be watching American football because he likes doing the dab. I give him props for that. Twan Van Gent next to him. This looks more like a semi than, than what it actually is. And it looks like the young American Zach Van Kamen next to Twan Van Gent. You see that last 10 meters before the finish line. A lot can go down in that small space. 8th finals, we are gearing up. The music is playing, and it will be Mortal Kombat on the track. Heat 1, 8th final, Sherraw, Andre, Van Gent, Van Kamen, Komarov, Van de Gronendal, Shippers, and Klashenko.
And Yevgeny Klashenko from Russia lining up on the gates for the first one.
Sun is shining. Riders are on the gate and ready. And we are excited to bring you the action. Where go? Loose grip with Corbin Sherraw. He holds on tight when he comes out of the gate. Looks like Andre got shut off, but he's going to find his way in second. But Sherraw is blazing the trail down the second straight with Andre and Van Gent in tow. So it will be Sherraw, Andre, and Van Gent.
Sherraw, Andre, Van Gent, Van der Grunendal in that 4th place position, but it's all about Corbin Sherraw showing us all how it's done. Coming back to the finish line, it's going to be the plate 24. Corbin Sherraw, Andre for the 2nd, Van Gent for the 3, and Van der Grunendal picking up that 4th place spot.
What a heater of a lap. Andre not getting the best gate, still getting in there. Sherraw with a commanding win start to finish. The official, Sherraw, Andre, Van Gent, and Van der Grunendal. Unfortunately, the young Van Kamen just missing out on moving further. Heat number 2, Kriegers, Fields, Godet, Milano, Blanchot, De Souza, Brechon, and Villegas. Featured rider, Freddy Villegas. 1-1 and a 4. He'll be coming out of lane 8, so his work is cut out for him. He does have the power, but the problem is so do the other 7 gentlemen on the gate. The project, not the problem. Connor Fields out quite nicely. Looks like he's going to blaze a trail for Kriegers to just file in behind him. Looks like the German came out nicely on the outside, but Kriegers is going to file into that 2nd place. Milano, excuse me, in third, but Connor Fields all the way in turn number 2.
Fields, Kriegers, Milano, Godet's in there, Villegas is in there. It's a fight for that third and fourth position. Who's it going to be? It looks like Connor Fields and Kriegers are out of harm's way. Villegas for the third, and Godet coming in for that fourth place position.
Yes, disappointing for Milano. He was in trouble on the third straight when Villegas went by him. Just had nowhere to go, and you don't want someone French behind you coming down the last straight on a technical straightaway. The official Fields, Kriegers, Villegas, and Godet, those will be the ones to move on. Disappointing for Milano with that fifth. Heat number 3, Graf, Pollard, Malyshenkov, Hughes, Kadyshev, Sharek, Garcia, and Racine.
Garcia and Racine.
David Graf with his own shoe. Wow. Fancy. Graf putting in a lot of work this year and last, and it shows. Garcia with a great start on the outside, looking quite well. Goes back to fourth, gets dove on. It'll be Graf, Pollard, and Malyshenkov. Garcia just overtaking Malyshenkov.
Graf, Pollard 1 and 2, Garcia in 3. Graf, Pollard, Garcia with the great British rider in that fourth place position, squeezing out the Russian, but it's Graf in the 1, Pollard in 2, Garcia in 3, and the British rider of Sharok taking home that 4.
Wow, Sharek is riding quite well, showing a lot of composure. Has basically raced into those qualifying positions the last 2 rounds. The official Graf, Pollard, Garcia, and Sharek, Malyshenkov, Hughes, and Racine sent home. Heat number 4, Tremanis, Evans, Vandenberg, Freiswick, Fox, Geerling, Posey, and Nyhog. Posey and Nyhog in 7 and 8. Nyhog picking 8. 3 was not his best lane choice, but he did get out. He's working with a 1-1-3, and he's looking to move on in the show. Tremanis off to a decent start, but Evans off to a little bit better of one. Meanwhile, Vandenberg is going to take him into the first corner, and Nyhog coming out in second. So it's going to be Vandenberg, Nyhog, Evans in trouble with Tremanis jumping into third place.
Vandenberg, Nyhog 1 and 2, Tremanis in 3, Evans in 4. Straight line down in that third straightaway, going around the corner. This is what it's going to look like. It's going to look like Vandenberg, Nyhog, Tremanis in 3, and the 4 is going to go to the British ride of Evans.
Evans not getting the best of best starts, but just getting through with the 4th. The official Vandenberg, Nyhog, Tremanis, and Evans, Freiswick, Posey, Geerling, and Fox all going home. Eighth finals, heat number 5, Harmsen, Peliward, Webster, Vidi, Naverstad, Nagasako, Ospina, and Shippers. Harmsen coming out of lane 1, but Peliward seemed to have a nice shot. Unfortunately, Naverstad just has too much heat going into the first corner. Peliward back to 4th, so it's going to be Naverstad, Harmsen, Vidi with Peliward in 4th and looking over his shoulder.
Naverstad in that first play. He came flying down that first straight. Harmsen, Vidi hanging on with Peliward, just moving into that 4th place spot, but it's not over until that white line. There's guys fighting for that 4th position, but it's going to be Tuva Naverstad into the first, Harmsen in second, Vida and Peliward taking out the 4th.
Yes, Peliward just getting through, still riding with a lot of heart. Waiting for the official, which is Naverstad, Speedy on the Speedco, Harmsen, Vidi, and Peliward. They'll move on as we look up to the gate for Heat 6. Molina, Marquardt, Shawnee Gain, Kai White, Faber, Ramiro Marino, Dyke, and Tugas. Molina coming out of 1. Looks like he has a decent start. Shawnee Gaines stuck in the middle with an overjump over the first jump. Don't think he's going to get inside as he gets dove on and caught up in some traffic. It's Molina, Marquardt, Ramiro Marino in 3rd as they come out of the 2nd corner.
Molina from Argentina in 1st, Marquardt to Marino in that 3 position. Going around that last turn, it's going to be the Argentinian ride of Molina, Marquardt, and Ramiro Marino into that 3rd, followed by, I think, the Dutch ride of Dijk coming into that 4th place position.
Molina, Marquardt, Marino, and Dijk. Tugas just missing out. See Shawnee Gaines rolling down the finish line. He got caught up in some action. Heat number 7, Matthew, Trey White, Amadou Mir, Turner, Van Gorkum, Palmer, Smith, and Seegers. This one is loaded. Featured rider, Amadou Mir, standing there smiling, chiseled, definitely in shape and ready to go. Out of the gate, Mahieu looking consistent. White fighting, but getting shut down just a bit. White's going to get dove on as we see Palmer getting to that 3rd position. Turner in 2, Mahieu in front. So it's going to be Mahieu, Turner, and Palmer 1, 2, and 3 with White holding on.
Mahieu, Turner, Palmer 1, 2, 3 with White in that 4th position. They look like those 4 are pulling away, but it's going to be all about the French ride, the 100 plate of Mahieu with Turner coming in the 2nd, 66 plate of Palmer, and White getting that 4th.
Yes, Mir was hunting down White, swung wide to hold some speed, and then Van Gorkum dove on him, actually giving White the space that he needed to hold on to that 4th. Mahieu, Turner, Palmer, and White, that's the official in heat number 7. We're going back up to the hill because heat number 8 has Kimmin, Rencarel, Dean, Bensick, Tahiko, Peel, Mandamakers, and McLean. Featured rider Anthony Dean, first, 2nd. He is working on a day here, and his work is cut out for him. But he does have the power and speed to get to the front. Keeman off to a great start. Looks like Dean, a little bit of an overjump over the first jump, but he takes it upstairs. Dean gets dove on by the Frenchman, but Keeman walking away from it. So Keeman, Rencarel, and Dean with the Peel in 4th.
Kimmin is running away. It is a fight between Rencarel, Dean, and the Kiwi rider in that 4th position. It's going to be Kimmin in 1st, Rencarel, Dean in 3. There's going to be a race to the finish. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Dutch? Is it going to be the Kiwi? It looks like Bensing is going to pull it in for the 4th place finish.
Disappointing for Peel. Him and Dean might have held him up in that last corner, but 4th is not a position you want to be in any single lap elimination. So Bensick beats out Peel. Dean, Rencarel, and Kimmin will round out the 4 that move on from heat number 8.
Okay, quarterfinals in the lead women category.
So the next time we see the men, it will be the quarterfinals as we pare down. Still have a lot of players in there, and most of the big names have made it through to the other round. Elite Women quarterfinals up next. It is getting real.
Okay. Heat number 1.
Real quick.
And we have
Quarterfinals, heat number 1, Pajón, Bao, Hernandez, Hatakeyama, Restrepo, and Veenstra. This is already looking like a semi. Featured rider will be Stephanie Hernandez. She's working with 2 bullets. She won round 1 and her 8th final. Now she's up against Mariana Pajón. Everyone looking to qualify. Bao, not the best start. Hernandez with a great start, but Pajón is going to lead him out over the jump into the first corner, followed by Hernandez and Bao. So Pajón, Hernandez, and Bao, 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Bao's making up some time on Hernandez.
Pajón, Hernandez, Bao. Bao wants a little bit of more. She doesn't want to come in third. She wants to come in second. She's going to race for that. She's just gotten to that second position. It's going to be Pajón, Bao, Hernandez coming into that third place position. As we cross the finish line, it's going to be the golden girl, Mariana Pajón for the first, Bao for the second, Hernandez and Venstra from the Netherlands picking up that fourth place finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, confirmation number 3. 6 on the gate.
The official Bao, Pajón, Bao, Hernandez, and Venstra. Restrepo and Hatakeyama are unfortunately done for the day. Heat 2, Bondarenko, Shriver, Admakina, Pech, Peterson, and Fleming. Shriver has her work cut out for her between the two Russians, as they are known to be powerhouses in and of their own. Out of the gate they come. Looks like Shriver's off to a decent start, but Bondarenko not wanting to give anything up. Shriver taking that second jump much better, and she goes into the first turner in first as she comes out looking quite well with a little bit of style, mind you. Shriver, Bondarenko, and Pech into the second corner. Sam, bring us in.
Shriver is making that black plate look good. That black plate signifies that she is the highest ranked junior rider in the Supercross ranking. Yes, she's only junior and she's showing you how to race this track. It's going to be Shriver's for the 1, Bondarenko for the 2. There's going to be a fight for that 3rd and 4th, but it looks like Pitch from New Zealand and Amarinkina from Russia is going to pick up that 4th place finish.
Official, Shriver, Bondarenko, Pech, and Admakina. Great round for Shriver. Unfortunately, Peterson and Fleming not able to finish out the day. Heat 3, Christensen, Suvarova, Priest, Hausman, Escobar, and Ordones. Simone Christensen, she's working from a round 1 first and an 8th final first. She wants to keep it consistent all the way to the main event. The gate drops. Looks like Christensen not off to her most powerful start, but she finds her way to the front as the Russian goes down over the first jump. So it will be Christensen taking a commanding lead, followed by Hausman and Escobar. 1, 2, and 3 in the second corner.
Christensen looking strong with Hausman into that 2nd place position. It's going to be Christensen 1, Hausman 2. We also have the Colombian rider and the German rider fighting it out. Priest and Escobar into that 3rd and 4th. Who's going to pick up that 3rd place finish? It looks like it's going to be the Colombian ride of Epps and Priest, the German, coming in that 4th place finish.
Official, Christensen, Hausman, Escobar, and Priest just getting through as we head up to the hill for heat number 4, where we see Smulders, Mayer, Curtis, McKeelson, Bernard, and Stavo.
Curtis, Mayer, and Zolder.
Out of the gate, looks like Smulders and Mayer. Stavo on the outside making her way over with a quickness. Let's see if it'll be enough. It looks like it may get her to 3rd position. There was a wreck, so it's going to be Smulders and Mayer. Smulders and Mayer, and looks like Stavo managed to get into the 2nd place position. Mayer went down.
Laura Smulders in that 1st place position, taking it home. There was a wreck in the 1st place position, but it didn't phase the Brazilian rider. Coming through the last corner, it's going to be all about Laura Smulders taking home the win, followed by the Brazilian ride of Stavo, Bernard from France, and McKeelson from Canada picking up that last spot to qualify.
The official, Smulders, Stavo, Bernard, and McKeelson, excuse me. Great race for McKeelson, making it through. The next time we see the women, it will be the semifinals, the Sweet 16. Paring it down to the final 8. It is getting good, Sam Cools.
It's getting great.
Yes. Good is subpar when we talk BMX. Great.
It's great.
It is great. Like the coffee that we received from Mr. Alfredo Campo. We thank you very much. Racing resumes at 4:30. Racing resumes at 4:30. So that will be, I believe, about 17 minutes. As we keep the party going, the DJ turns up the music. The bass is shaking the windows in our announcer's tower. More questions. Let me read some of these questions. See, we got a conversation going with Hugo Oliveira. Asked me about the final round in Santiago del Estero, and then he says, I'll be working at the track at the World Cup this year again. That's awesome. And he would like some racers, maybe even me. I don't race. Maybe even me. Well, I race Vet Pro. To make an appearance. Let's see. Because they want to go to some schools with the kids in town, and he's looking for some help. So Hugo Oliveira, Santiago del Estero, UCI people, the officials, please contact at HUGUINROCK about making the Santiago del Estero UCI Supercross an absolute smash, because he would like some riders to make some appearances at some schools, and there's nothing wrong with that. So wants to make it an exciting day for the kids and grow the sport of BMX in his community. So we will see. I will do my best to get out there when I can. I have a speaking engagement in Philadelphia the week just after Santiago del Estero, so I am on a tight schedule, but I will do my best to do all I can to promote this great sport of BMX in the USA, Europe, and South America as well. So Alex Vanston asks, BMX Live TV, what is your favorite track to commentate on the circus? I will put that question to Sam first.
Well, I haven't really commentated that much, actually, but Poppendal was a great event, I find, and I mean, it's about the racing, and the racing is always awesome. And now, at least from when I used to race till now, the pool is so deep with talented riders, so it makes it even more exciting. You don't know who's going to be in the semifinal. It's not a given. It's not even a given who's going to be in the 1/8 final, so that makes it exciting. And to see all these ladies out here step it up, jumping these big jumps, having some good race action, it's awesome to watch.
Yeah.
But you've done it now.
I've done it. I've been to a few tracks, and we have the challenge race going on in the background. And as we watch these young kids do amazing things on this track, I will answer the question. Yeah, I think my favorite track to commentate on would be, well, I would say either Rock Hill or, oddly enough, no, not oddly enough, or Poppendal. And Rock Hill, because it's the USA. I have not had the pleasure of commentating at the closest track to my home, which is in Chula Vista, either of those two. But Rock Hill, I like that track. It's a good race track. I like that they can race. And then Poppendal, because there's lead changes down the first straight even, which is cool. Another question came through as we zoom in on the challenge riders. Another question came through from Scott Gaskin. What are your thoughts on disc brakes? Well, my thought is I've been running disc brakes on my bikes on and off since Van's Triple Crown downhill BMX. So that's the late 90s. I believe in them. I think it is the proper direction to go. The technology is only getting better. And with the carbon bikes and carbon wheels, it only makes more sense. So what a lot of people didn't realize is on some of those big jump tracks, we weren't always landing so smoothly, so I could afford to have a rim that wasn't exactly straight. My brakes still work perfectly. And what most people don't realize about disc brakes is it's not about stopping. It's actually about control. So you actually, once you learn to feather them, you can actually brake less and more efficiently around the course. So those are my thoughts on disc brakes. I think they are finally catching on, and that's great. I love seeing that come, and I think it's here to say I have a lot of ideas on bike technology and advancement and efficiencies between mountain biking and BMX. So thank you, Scott Gaskin, at Scott_Gaskin648. And feel free to ask at BMX Live TV, or if you feel like you have the relationship with me, you can ask me on my Twitter as well. That's at Real Dr. J Rich. Happy to answer questions. Love talking BMX and life to anybody willing to have the conversation. I like that they're having the challenge races in between, giving some of the younger riders a taste of what it's like to be on the big stage. Because we know at the World Championships in Rock Hill, South Carolina, that is a big stage, and it will be the first time that many people will be on a stage that big. Many of the kids will be walking into staging by themselves with no parents. I know there's many U.S. riders that have not raced the Worlds before. They have qualified, and the goal was to qualify. But now, what's the goal now that you're actually headed to the big show? Those are the questions. Plenty we can talk about.
Plenty we can talk about.
Plenty we can talk about.
So 12 minutes left on the clock before we start racing again. Then quarterfinals coming up 4:30. Then quarterfinals coming up in about 10 to 12 minutes.
You can hear the announcer in the background who just said quarterfinals start in around 10 minutes. At 4:30, quarterfinals, men's quarterfinals will start. It's going to be exciting.
Bring home the unique t-shirt of this event, round number 3 and 4. UCI BMX Supercross World Cup, Zolder, Belgium.
Loving the BMX. We all need somebody, don't we? Not my favorite song, but I can appreciate the skill it took to make it.
Rock Hill, were you there previously? There was a race there?
I was not at Rock Hill for the U.S. National Championships. I was there for the Supercross race that took place the last 2 years. And I was also at Sarasota for the final round of the Supercross. That was fun because I hadn't been to Sarasota since they changed the track. I was a bit sad because that, I believe that is the oldest BMX track in the nation.
Wow.
And I had the pleasure of racing there. Winning a lap there even. Past Matt Polkamp to do it. He's not easy to pass. So I had an affinity for that location, but I was pleased to see that it's a very good facility, and Dave and Irma Miller working hard on the track. And we might have some, I think some people are laughing at us in the booth.
I have a feeling they're laughing at me.
No, I think they're laughing at all of us in the booth. And, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So Sarasota was fun. I really enjoyed my tenure, my short tenure here, commentating for the UCI BMX Supercrosses, and I do hope to do more of these. And please, private message me or contact me via BMX Live TV or on my social. So you asked for it, we brought it.
What's happening?
Guest commentary from Brooke Crane. I'm actually going to get in trouble for this. I don't know if this is like part of the rules, but since we felt bad for you with your lacerated liver, broken pinky, and new kidney or something. So what's going on, Brooke?
Nothing. I'm chilling. I'm good. I wish that I was racing, but I'm having fun in the stands watching.
Cool. What do you think about the hot box we're in? This is the announcer's tower.
It actually feels like mine and Nick's hotel room. A lot like it. Our AC doesn't work very well.
So who do you have in the women? What are you seeing that you like?
Well, I was rooting for my friend over here, Lauren Reynolds. But yeah, I think her legs were tired, so she just thought that she would hang it up and have a little seat for the rest of the day. But obviously Laura and Mariana, they both have been killing all their motos. So it's going to come down between them, I think, and maybe Hernandez will get in there again.
Okay. So back to the more important questions, because the fans really want to know, what color hair are you going to go with next?
Oh, I think I'm actually going to go back to blonde. Mom is not really a fan of the purple, so yeah, I might go back to blonde. I don't know, maybe blue.
All right. So you brought some friends with you.
Red.
Who did you bring with you in the hot box?
Yeah, I brought this guy. His name's Nick.
I heard of him.
Yeah,
Nick?
You heard of him?
Is that the same guy that hole shot at the Olympics?
Yeah.
He's from San Diego?
He also got tired in that race.
Yeah.
Decided to hang
It happens. And who else did you, and you brought Lauren Reynolds?
And I brought Lauren Reynolds.
Okay.
Brought my friends.
Well, thanks for coming up and joining me. Do you mind giving your microphone over to one of those two?
I do not. Who's that?
Crazy.
Thanks for having me.
Dude, thanks for coming on. All right. Here we have Nick Long. So you've had a pretty interesting couple weeks here in Europe. Saw a couple posts of you laying on the ground in pain. You look decent in practice on Wednesday, but what's going on? We decided to take a couple weeks off and just go to Coach Nick for Team
Nick,
USA?
I'm just assistant coach, working on my future career. But yeah, I just tweaked my back a couple weeks ago in Atlanta. I haven't got an MRI or anything yet, hopefully when I get home, but hopefully it's nothing too, awful, and I could just get back on it, get ready for load.
I don't think it's nothing awful. Everybody in BMX deals with a back thing sooner or later. Sometimes it's just like a wave. Sometimes it swells up, and then sometimes it backs off. No pun intended. So who do you like? Who do you like out there? What are you seeing? Are you predicting any surprises?
Yesterday I almost got my prediction right. I voted Connor and Corbin, and then Eddie for third, or Eddie on the box. Almost got it, 2 out of 3. But it's similar racing today. Everybody's looking good. Corbin, Connor. I like watching Dave Vandenberg ride. He's super strong. He's a big horse out there. And Eddie, he's awesome to watch too. He's crazy on the track how smooth he is. When I say Eddie, I mean Ed. He's just cool how he rides. Yeah, there's a ton of Tori.
Eddie Clarté was getting excited. He's like, me?
I call him Eddie Transponder.
Yeah. Eddie Transponder is the American nickname for Edis Tremanis, and he has been putting on a good show. That's for sure. Well, Nick, I'll see you at home. I'm pretty sure.
Be there.
And yeah, anything you need, let me know. Because we got it. He was my, just so the fans know, way back when I was a pro, Nick was the amateur that I would have to do a finish line lunge to the first turn into just to let him know that I still got it. So he kept me fast probably for an extra 3 years racing AA and Elite. So thanks, Nick. But yeah, have a great trip home, and we'll see you at home. Pass the mic on. Open that door. It's hot in here. Got some more BTUs in this thing. Lauren.
Hello.
How goes it? How you going?
Oh, I'm going all right, mate.
That's a terrible accent. I'm sorry. So we talked earlier, the second turn. You had a harder day yesterday, but today ended up, you're racing better, but you ended up on the ground somehow. So
Crazy sport.
Crazy sport.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's disappointing to end the day this early.
Yeah.
Definitely, I was feeling a little bit better today. Just took a left-hand turn into that triple into the first turn instead of right, and you know, I paid for it. So, but I'm still alive. I'm still healthy, and we'll move on to the next one.
We'll move on. We will see you back in San Diego, I guess, as well. Well, thanks for coming in. We are about to get started yet again. The men are heading up the hill. We would love to thank Insane Brooke Kane, Nick Long, and Lauren Reynolds for making their way to the hot box. Up next, quarterfinals, Elite Men. Thank you very much.
So, as you see on the victory quarterfinals up now, 6 up track for semifinals. And then
Was that not insane having 3 more people in here made the temperature go up by like 20 degrees in this room? All right, Heat 1. Corbin, Shara, Graf, Fields, Renkarel, Naverstad, Dean, Sharek, and Marino. Featured rider Anthony Dean working with a 1-1, 2, and a 3. He's been having to fight a little bit today, and he's willing to fight on. As we have said before, sometimes the quarter is harder than the semi. And this looks like one of those quarters that might qualify as that. What do you think, Sam?
I think it's going to be a great race. And it could be anybody, actually. So this is where time to think about perfect laps. What are you going to do to have a perfect lap?
Yes. And, you know, one of my tricks was, instead of, because for me, in my head, perfect was like, you know, usually it was perfect once I qualified or once I won. So I would always think about what I wanted that lap. You know, like how I wanted to hit the first jump, where I wanted to get my pedals in. So this is really where we start seeing how riders handle the pressure. And they're up. Out of the gate, looks like Graf wheelies a bit. Connor is out, Corbin is out, Anthony Dean is out, but there's not that much room in the first corner. Looks like Graf is going underneath Connor as we have Corbin and Anthony Dean 1 and 2 with Renkarel in third, looking for Connor. He's nowhere to be found, but Graf is finding his way in fourth.
Sherrod, Dean, Renkarel 1, 2, and 3, followed by David Graf in that fourth place position, but it's all about Sherrod, the 1, Dean, the 2, Renkarel fighting for that third place, and Graf just squeezing in to qualify that fourth place.
Wow, that was quite a ride. Connor Fields, not characteristic of him to start in the front and go back, but Graf made a bold move in the first corner, and Fields, just could not find his momentum. Graf, Renkarel, Dean, and Shara, they will go through. Heat number 2, Matthew, Andre, Palmer, Pilar, Trey White, Vidi, Van de Groenendaal, and Godet.
Another tough one.
Yes, so the 2 Frenchmen right next to each other. Lanes 1 and 2. As you can see, there's not that much room between riders on the gate, so accuracy is a good thing as the French riders take it to the front. Looks like Matthew and Andre 1 and 2 with Pillard in third, so France 1, 2, and 3 in the second corner. My goodness.
France leading this ride 1, 2, and 3. Matthew, Andre, Pilar with British rider squeezing up to that fourth place, but it's a fight now. Both the Canadian and the British rider fall off. It's going to be the black plate of Van de Groenendaal taking in that fourth. So it's going to be Matthew, Andre, Pilar, and the Dutch ride of Van de Groenendaal.
Van de Groenendaal getting a gift. Trey White was riding a hot fourth place, but the Canadian rider didn't want to give it up. knocks Trey off his balance. Van de Groenendaal slips in for the fourth. Pollard with the third. Andre with the second. And Matthew with the first. That's your official from the second rack. Heat number 3, quarterfinals, Bodie Turner, David Vandenberg, Kriegers, Van Gent, Evans, Villegas, Harmsen, and Dyke. Featured rider Kyle Evans working with 3 bullets and a fourth. Definitely has the heat down the first straight, but as we know and can see, anything can happen at this level.
These quarterfinals are fast and furious. Really seeing some good moves going in all the corners for these riders. Big spots on the line for the semis. But each one of these quarterfinals is absolutely manic at the moment. Here we go.
Turner looks like he came out quite well, but couldn't get his elbow in front of Vandenberg. Just too much strength right there. So it's going to be Turner diving underneath Van Gent for the 2, at least right now, as Vandenberg is walking away with it. Vandenberg, Turner, and Van Gent, 1, 2, and 3.
Vandenberg looking strong. The Dutch following through with Turner in the second. Van Gent wants a little bit more coming into the last turn. It looks like it's going to be the Dutch ride of Vandenberg. Turner in 2, Van Gent in 3, fighting all the way to the finish line with the 4 spot going over to Kriegers from Latvia.
Kriegers with a great ride, taking over that 4 spot. Unfortunately, Villegas' day is done. Harmsen's day is done. Evans, disappointing 8th place finish for him. But the official is Vandenberg, Turner, Van Gent, and Kriegers. They will move on to the semi. We're going up to the hill for heat number 4 to see who the last 4 guys to make the Sweet 16 are. And we have Kieman, Molina, Marquardt, Tremanis, Garcia, Bensink, Peluard, and Nyhog, our featured rider in lane 8. He's working with 2 bullets, a third and a second. Going back to the tried and true lane 8, he definitely knows how to slip it in there when he can. Kieman in lane 1, finding his flow today. Kieman off to a decent start. Molina had the pop, but Kieman seems like he has the speed and momentum. Peluard with an amazing start. He was actually fastest to the bottom of the hill. He moves over, finds himself in second place, and there you go. Nyhog slipping it in there for the 3rd right now.
Kieman, Peluard, Nyhog, Tremanis, 1, 2, 3, 4 going into the last turn. You also have the Argentinian riding Garcia picking up the 6th place, but it's going to be all about Kieman, Peluard, Nyhog, 1 and 2, 3, and Tremanis for the 4.
What an amazing ride by Peluard on the outside, gate of his life, gets over, finds himself coming out of the first turn in second place. Nyhog did get to that second place because he knows he wants a better choice for his lane. So the official is Kieman, Nyhog, Peluard, and Tremanis. Eddie, as Nick Long would call him, gets in there. So that's the official. The next time you see these gentlemen, it will be in the semifinals, the Sweet 16. And it's a wild ride when when Connor Fields doesn't get out of the quarters. I mean, you could run those races again and have different outcomes.
Yes, all of them.
Amazing. Amazing.
When you were racing, was it, and you were at your top, was there as many competitors as you see today?
Well, yes and no. It went in and out of that because I was pro for so long. So I actually went through a couple of waves. But I remember at national events, just ABA or NBL nationals, semifinals for elite women are at 4:45. And we had 8ths and quarters at national events. So the world has changed a bit because throughout my career, it started to be more on a world stage than just a national stage. But I think our talent pool for then was deep, but wasn't as talented.
Okay, yeah.
So the progression of the sport is just amazing. For instance, I'm 42. I ride recreationally. I race twice a year, but I can watch video of myself going around a track, and I ride better. I'm not as fast. I ride better now than I did when I was 18 and AA Pro.
Yeah.
So that's how much the progression has gone. I mean, these tracks, I mean, just to have a relatively enjoyable time getting around the track requires a certain skill set. And the better you are, the more you're going to enjoy getting around the track. Now, that doesn't speak to racing, but definitely now, I mean, everybody has good gates. Everyone has power down the first straight. Everyone has track speed. That's the one thing that I've noticed over the years that have changed. Even when I started racing, Supercross was introduced essentially in this format with the 8-meter hill. I would say became official in 2007. And you could still, if you just got around the track, you could, when they were doing time trials, you could qualify. But by 2008 or 9, everybody had developed so much track speed that getting out of the time trials wasn't a given. Just getting around the track wasn't enough. So now, now watching these younger riders, as we saw the challenge riders, they weren't going down the 8-meter hill, but definitely this track is still technical. Watching them get around this track, I can only imagine what racing will look like in another 5 years or 10. That was a really long answer to your question.
Yeah, but it was a perfect answer.
So, Sam, who was your, I guess, I'll ask you two questions. If you had an arch rival throughout your pro career, who was it?
Kim Hayashi.
Wow, that was quick. I probably should have guessed that. That's nice, though, because I'm guessing, I mean, I know Kim, she's a nice person, so I'm guessing it was purely from a racing standpoint.
Yeah, of course. I think.
Well, sometimes you have some arch rivals that there's like, you don't like racing them and you don't like them.
No, we always kind of raced each other, and we kind of were really bad at one point, and then we stepped it up. So through the last couple years of our amateur career, then moving on to our pro career, which I mean pro, we were 15 when we switched over. We kind of, I think each other was the reason why we had excelled so far, if that makes sense. Like, she was the person I always knew was right there, right? Either right behind me, right beside me, or right in front of me. So I was always driven because I had her in mind.
Yeah.
And that was all the way up until, probably 2007. Yeah, because I moved to Switzerland, so I was racing more of the Euro series and then the Olympics, and then after the Olympics, that was kind of then the down part of.
You were phasing out. It's not the down part. You were phasing out.
Well, I made 5th at the World Championships in Australia
That's
in
pretty
09.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not that I was, but it was around that time where it was like, okay, I could feel that my life is changing, and it was time that I move on.
Got it. So let's build on that. So that was probably your arch racing rival. Was there anyone you, or maybe she was the one, but was there anyone that you didn't like racing? It's not always the same person.
You know what? And
come on, spit it out.
Okay, I'm going to say it. Because she's still racing, and she's actually the bronze medalist, right? But when we raced was 7 years ago. And I remember in Frejus in 07, I believe it was, or no, maybe it was 2009 at that time. I always hated going into the gates because she wasn't as good as she is now. Then she moved, Steffi Hernandez then moved to Switzerland and was training there, and I could see the progression, and that was kind of the great thing for me. So it sounds bad, but I'm actually giving a lot of props to her, because how she has changed in her skill of riding, it has improved
Yeah, I can. It's not saying anything bad about the person. Sometimes, there's matchups like Brian Foster, the Blue Falcon. For whatever reason, every time we raced each other and we were next to each other, we did really well. And I don't know, it's because we came out of the gate well together. And then I hated racing my best friend, Darren Mitchell, because he was a mess. And I especially hated being next to him in the gate because he always got out crooked. So sometimes it's not that they're this or you're that. I mean, it might have been me, but for whatever reason, the matchup was just funky. So I definitely had some people I didn't want beating me come hell or high water, that's for sure. I shouldn't say I didn't want anyone beating me, but there was some other special people who I really, really didn't want beating me. So it's always fun to go through over the years and think about those people that.
But why?
But why? Well,
What's
sometimes
the reason?
because I felt like they were unsafe on the track.
Yeah.
Some people did do stupid things like move over, if they weren't in front of you, or they would, cut over going off of a lip or something stupid like that. So, just things like that. Usually, if I didn't like racing someone, it wasn't out of anything personal as much as it was just they're more dangerous than,
Yeah.
So I take on a lot of ethical issues when it comes to sport. That said, it's not about us. It is about the elite women right now as we head to the Sweet 16, the semifinals. There are 16 women left, 2 groups of 8. Only 4 from each group will make it to the main event. Semifinal heat number 1, Smolders, Hernandez, Admakina, Schriever, Bow, Bernard, Priest, and Veenstra.
This is going to be big.
Looking forward to calling this one.
Everybody wants to be on the podium after this afternoon's main event. But first up, the
As we
semifinal. The first
actually,
semifinal of
we're going to get up close and personal. Sam's going to give you
We are going to get
an introduction.
up close and personal in lane 8 from the Netherlands, Veenstra. Moving over to lane 7, we have the German rider, national champion, Priest. Lane 6, the 113 from France, from France, Bernard. There you see the 388, the Netherlands rider of Judy Bow, props out to Mama on her thumb. There we have the black plates. She's been riding great today. Schrievers. The 7-4 bike from Russia, Admakina. And there we have it, the 469 bike, the bronze medalist, Stephanie Hernandez. And the red plate, the World Cup leader in points from the Netherlands, Laura Smolders.
We are live and direct. Semifinal heat 1. Who will be the top 4 to get to the main event? We will soon see as Smolders and Hernandez take it into the first turn straight away with Bow in 3. So it's going to be Smolders, Hernandez, Bow as they go into the second corner with Priest in 4th.
Smolders, Hernandez, Bow, Priest, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're looking like they're running away with it. It looks like it's going to be Smolders in the 1. Bow and Hernandez fighting it out for that second spot. It looks like it's going to be who's going to get it at the finish line. It's going to be Hernandez, Bow, and Priest in the 4.
What a great ride by the top 4. It seems like they handled that semi. I thought Schriever might have been in there. Seems like the semi might be her last, her Achilles heel, so to speak, but definitely the experience shows out in this one with Smolders, Hernandez, Bow, and Priest. Veenstra, unfortunately, just missing out along with Admakina. That's your official semi-final heat number 2. Elite women, Christensen, Pahone, Bondarenko, Escobar, Hausman, Petch, McKeelson and Stavo. McKeelson looking to make her first main, I believe.
It's her first main. Here we go. 93 from Brazil, Stavo. Moving over from Canada. Look at that beautiful flag on that front of the jersey. Drew McKeelson.
No bias, right?
No bias.
Okay.
The 308 bike from New Zealand. Pitch. The 29 bike of Ruby Hausman. Giving you the thumbs up. And we're going to go over, hello mama. She's giving her props out to her mom from Colombia, Escobar. And we have the Russian rider. She's focused, she's ready. She wants to make it into the final today. Bondarenko.
Moving into lane number 2.
And it's the golden girl with the golden goggles, Mariana Pahon. And the 210 bike from Denmark, Simone Christensen.
Lined up and ready. Semi number 2, Elite Women. Out of the gate they go. Looks like Pahon straight down the hill. She'll have the fastest time down the hill. Looks like the Russians pulling up alongside, but not quite, as Pahon and Christensen go into the second straightaway. Pahon, Bondarenko, and Christensen, that is. Pahon just pulling away from the Russian right now.
Pahon, Bondarenko, Christensen, 1, 2, and 3. There was a fight for a fourth, but it looks like the Housemen got into that fourth place position, but it's all about their golden girl. Played 100. It's going to be Mariana Pahon with Bondarenko in that second position. Christensen taking the 3, and Houseman happy with that fourth place finish.
Yes, good ride by Houseman. Petch just missing out, unfortunately. Pahon taking charge of that semi for the official. Pahon, Bondarenko, Christensen, and Houseman. Petch, McKeelson, Stavo, and Escobar. Valiant effort. Unfortunately, only 8 can make the main event. Next time we see the women, it'll be the final. And that main event, I think there's some unfinished business between a couple riders that are going to find themselves in the main. So interestingly enough, Pahon with the fastest time during the semis with a 36.599. Bondarenko with a 36.68. Excuse me, Smolders, thank you, Sammy. The fastest time. Laura Smolders with the fastest time, 35.885. So, my bad. Smolders with the fastest time.
So it's going to be interesting if the pick is going to be the same as yesterday. If Laura's going to pick the inside gate again.
Well, it's difficult because Laura has first lane choice and Mariana has second. So wherever Laura goes, Mariana could get next to her, knowing if she gets out, she could just shut her down real quick.
Yeah.
So that's difficult. So nice to see that Laura Smolders is not playing those overly tactical things, and she's just racing every lap to her best. That's nice to see, and very honorable in its own way. However, it's all part of the game in the big show. And I guess that's why we're going to watch the main, and I guess that's why they're going to line up for it. So we find out. Men's semis coming up soon enough. At 5 o'clock, just under 9 minutes. Just under 9 minutes as we are looking at the track once again. The sun has dipped behind the clouds. Temperature drops about 105 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sorry, I don't know my centigrade that well. That's very American of me. But the cool in temperature is much appreciated. Rain was expected this weekend, and it seems we did get some rain, but only for a few minutes at a time both days. So we thank Mother Nature for cooperating with the BMX world. That's not to say that our elite women and men would not have put on a good show nonetheless.
Jason.
Yes.
Are you ready for the World Championships?
I'm ready. I'm very ready because I'm not racing it. So it's a little easier for me to get ready.
Have you raced Masters?
No. So that's a promise I made to myself. I love BMX, and I hope that is very clear or comes across as I announce races. I love the sport. And the World Championships is by far, has always been my favorite race ever. It was the one race that I always wanted to race as a kid and as a pro. So my first Worlds was like my destiny, basically. And I ended up doing well. I made a lot of main events, and I medaled at several. And so I know the preparation for the World Championships. I know the conversation behind the gate. I know that week of the Worlds. I know it so well. And I know if I sign up for the Worlds, I'm going to, yeah, where am I going with this? I want to win it.
Yes.
And so
secret practice.
To be candid, I'm just not, I just don't have it in me emotionally to go through that, because when I get to the Worlds, and if I'm racing it, I want to win it. Like that is why I would be there, and so thus it wouldn't be as fun for me at this stage in my life. That said, seeing my buddies Greg Romero and Thomas Allier and Christian Besserine and all of essentially my peer group racing it, it does make me question my decision, but my job is to be there for the riders and and run my mouth at these races. So I promised myself I would not race for titles any longer, purely for fun.
Lucky the people at home, so that they can hear you.
Oh, thank you. That's very
Announce.
sweet of you. Maybe we can petition the UCI to have a Masters Women's, and we can see you and
Never.
Natasha Williams and Kim Hayashi and Ariel Martin.
I would
and
love to see them race. Yeah.
them and
Yeah.
all of you guys, you women, moms and such, and dentists, and I think Kim Hayashi's a dentist. We could see you all at the Masters Women's. Tell you what. When you race Masters Women's Worlds, I will race Masters.
Never gonna see us then.
Dang it.
Sorry.
Dang it.
I mean, I'm the same as you. I feel like I loved BMX, but I also loved to win. That was like my drive. Was when I knew I could get on the track and I can hunt those girls down and just pass them at the finish line.
Yeah.
So I am not mentally ready to get back into that mode.
Well, the odd thing is, technically you are mentally ready because you know what it takes, and you're just you've made the conscious decision to just go, no. Because you know the responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we saw some shots of the elite men behind the gate. The ever so famous classic head down on the handlebars before you head up to the hill? That's another conversation, another part of a game that I love. Those conversations with yourself before you head up the hill. Looking at the stands. People are getting ready. I have a young lady studying between rounds.
Sylvia and Andre's girlfriend, Eva.
Ah, good for her. Vincent Pelluard looking to take it all the way into the main event. Tori Nyhog standing there just next to and or behind Pelluard.
So, men semi-finals.
Arthur Pillard, not to be confused with Pelluard. BMX Supercross World Cup. Housden, Zolder, Belgium.
Stop 4.
The sun is back out just in time for the semifinals. Elite men. We may not be racing under the lights. We are racing under the rays here, the sun rays in Belgium. Whoever said Europe was cold and dreary, that might have been me, was wrong, because it is a beautiful day for BMX. Only 8 make the final. These are the first group. Schirra, Kidman, Vandenberg, Van Gent, Dean, Renkerel, Kriegers, and Tremanis. Latvians coming out of lane 7 and 8. The Australian Anthony Dean will be charging out of the middle. Schirra will be coming out of 1 with the Orange Army in lanes 2, 3, and 4.
BMX Supercross World Cup 2017, right here in the Housden, Zolder, Belgium.
Ready to give everyone at home watching this event up close and personal. Edges Tremanis. Nick Long likes to call him Eddie. He got 3rd yesterday. He made it on the podium, and here he is in the semi looking to do the same thing. Next to him is countryman Kriegers, staying strong, riding for Pro Gate, which just happens to be the gate he's sitting on. For France, Renkerel, Jeremy Renkerel, number 4, and number 4, T4, Anthony Dean. Australian high performance, doing it on that Supercross bike. Twan Van Gent managing to stay consistent despite his uncharacteristic starts today. Dutch national champion David Vandenberg, strong and assertive all the way around the track. 2015 world champ Nick Kieman looking good to form today. And next to him, the American Tucson, looking for daylight, Corbin Schirra. We are locked and loaded, waiting for the call. Shh. Out of the gate they go. Looks like Schirra's off to a good start. Kieman looks like he got shut down. So it's going to be Schirra heading into the first corner. Dean in trouble, locked up on the outside with Tremanis. It's going to be Schirra, Van Gent, and Vandenberg with Renkerel in 4th. That is not necessarily how they'll finish, Sam.
Schirra leading the Dutch Army. Van Gent, Vandenberg, 1, 2, and 3 with Renkerel in that 4th position. Heading down the last straightaway, it's going to be Corbin Schirra, Van Gent, Vandenberg, and Renkerel for that 4th place position.
Yes, watching Dean just cross the line in disappointment or probably disgust. Seems like he got hung up on someone on the outside, so he didn't really get to put a good bid in. Nonetheless, it is Schirra, Van Gent, Vanderberg, and Renkerel. That is the first 4 that will be on the gate for the main event. And now we're going back up the hill to see who will make it out of this gate of 8. Heat number 2, semifinal, elite men. Matthew, Andre, Turner, Pillard, Pelluard, Graf, Van der Gronendahl, and Nijhog.
Rockets on the gate. Second semi-final of today, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hear your favorites.
Going to give you an up-close and personal introduction to each one of these riders. They have worked very hard to get here. Tori Nijhog's going to grab some airspace right now. Shake it off. The Canadian looking very consistent this year. Black Junior, the youngster, Van der Gronendahl. Next to him is Graf. What a comeback from round 1. I think his hand's been his glove the whole time like Darth Vader, but he is here in the semi. Next to him, Pelluard putting in a great bid. I think the fans are actually rooting for him. And next to him, Pillard, the countryman, Arthur Pillard. Bodie T, 747, looking to take flight. Bodie Turner. Sylvain Andre, he got a win in round 1, passing Dave Vandenberg to do it. So he's definitely capable of getting in the main, and he wants to do just that. And next to him, number 100 on that Chase Carbon bicycle, Mathieu. As we get ready to roll. Waiting for the call, elite men, semi number 2. All of them out of the gate clean. Looks like the Frenchman in the middle gets squeezed. Looks like we're going to have 2 Frenchmen, though. That will be Mathieu and Andre, 1 and 2. Nijhog having a little trouble on the outside. Let's see if he can make up space as he goes right by Graf into 3rd.
Looks like it's the 2 French riders, but it's all about 3rd and 4th position. Mathieu first, Andre second, Nijhog into that 3rd, and Graf in 3. But the Aussie boy is wanting a little bit more. Turner wants a little bit more from Graf, but it looks like it's going to be the French riders of Mathieu, Andre, Nijhog, and there's a photo finish for Graf, Turner, and Pillard.
What an amazing finish. Graf got into a little bit of trouble. He manualed 4. Not 3, but 4 of those rollers in that 3rd straightaway. Bodie Turner coming through, but it's not enough, I don't think. The official is Mathieu, Andre, Nijhog, Graf, Turner just missing out. That was a painful one to take, but a great effort nonetheless. So Mathieu, Andre, Nijhog, and Graf, they will be the 2nd group of 4, rounding out the top 8 for today as they head toward the main event. It is going to be good, to say the least. Andre finding himself back in the main. Connor Fields had the points lead. He did not make it out of the quarter. Joris Daudet not here this weekend. Great opportunity for Sylvain Andre to take over the points lead. Tori Nijhog as well, as he is the only one to make all 4 mains that have been available to all of the riders so far this season. In the women, another matchup. Smolders, Pahone, Bondarenko. Hernandez coming to form as each race goes by. Bow and Christensen always looking solid. Will Smolders allow for Pahone to go down the first straight as she did? Will they pick lane 1 and 2 again? What is the strategy? Only time will tell, and the main events are coming up very shortly. Elite Women's Final, 5:25. As we look at the top of the hill, the pro gate. And there has been some great pros that have launched off of that gate. Here at the Circuit Zolder, Lotto BMX track in Zolder, Belgium. Sam, you're writing some notes down. May I ask what you're doing?
Well, I want to get the names, the first names perfect. And there's some riders that I wasn't too sure of their first names, so I'm actually writing down their first names.
That's
So
very
when
smart.
they can come in, the people at home knows the full name. So if they want to look them up, they can.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the riders appreciate that. Each rider essentially being their own brand as professional athletes, and so it's always nice that name recognition is always good when you're a high-level athlete. I believe we have some challenge racing that will be going on as we wax philosophical here in the hot box, known as the Commentator Tower.
On the gates for their final, their main event in challenge class. The future of BMX right here on the track of Zolder, Belgium. As we go over to the presentation. On the outside in lane number 8 on the 318 bike, Leo Siemens.
So the challenge racing giving these young aspiring stars
From Belgium,
a glimpse of what it's like to be on the big stage.
on the 83 bike, Guy
What an amazing experience for these young riders,
Zolder.
as it will be replicated exponentially in Rock Hill, South Carolina at the UCI BMX World Championships in July.
And on the inside, DK Bicycles, Jordy Bear.
I hope everyone is preparing physically and mentally for that. And I hope to see everyone there. Please stop and say hi to me if I'm in the stands or hanging out at the pits.
Okay, the gate was done and looking good for the Charles doing for the live bikes. Here on the number 1 position on the 2 stop come through. It's the man for Supercross Benelux. And this race for Supercross Benelux is Mr. Leo Diels.
Some younger riders on the track right now. As you can see, they can go in some different areas than some of the older, faster riders. Nonetheless, what most people don't realize is this track is probably more difficult for some of these younger riders, as it takes more energy for them to get around it, not being able to jump everything or manual through everything. So these kids are only getting better the more they ride.
Boys 12 lining up on the gates for their final. On the outside on the 4-2 from Belgium.
Hi, Pete D. How's it going out there?
On the 6 ride,
As
Jonathan Mertens. 3-6 Belgium, Arden Cookman.
Pete D, no one left to talk to in the pits.
Belgium,
The pros, the men and women that did not make it are in the stands. So what are you thinking of the race action?
The pits are pretty flat.
Nathan DeFoe.
Racing's pretty good. Mixed up a lot from yesterday today. Seems like obviously with some of the big names not making their way in, people were in the main event yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see these younger riders that are in there trying to get their way through. That's about it.
That's about it.
So now we've got the exciting challenge racing going on over here, the future of the sport. And that's the same hill they raced the World Championships on.
That's it. The 5 meter hill. I was just explaining to everyone that what a great opportunities for these kids to race here in front of this crowd and in front of their favorite pros. Possibly.
On an elite level track.
On elite level track.
Elite level hill.
Yeah.
But no, the racing looked like it was pretty good today. A little bit more crashes than normal, it seemed like. But I think a lot of people were going for it. Lasted the World Cups for quite some time. Lasted the World Cups for the year in Europe. So, and I think some people had, wanted to make things up from yesterday that didn't go well, or people wanted to prove some stuff, and as well as you see all these riders charging all the way to the line because it's, the gate positioning coming from those fast times.
Yeah, the new format has definitely been received well by the fans and the riders. Do you think fatigue plays a factor in it, or just intensity of the racing as far as some of the crashes we've seen?
I think it's just people really want to get
a result in early, even though we basically passed the halfway point today with this race of the World Cup season. There's people out there that they're going for it. They want to prove. They've got all this, you know, I've talked to some of these countries and they said they have all this funding now for the next Olympic cycle. And if you notice, there's a lot of people here from Colombia, a lot of people here from Japan, a bunch of different countries where they put a lot of effort into getting these riders out here. Australia has the junior team, or you know, the younger elite riders that aren't part of the high performance program. So I think they're all trying to make their mark. This is basically their time to shine. Try to go out there, you know, make a good impression on those coaches and see if they can go. Because Argentina, with it just being one weekend, it's a far event to get to. I think a lot of people will, you know, it'll be a make or break to see who goes to that last round, but as well as continue to fund, continue to push, and see who has promise. And getting the pressure of the World Cup event is just none other, I think you would say, Jason.
Yeah. Do you think the big break between this stop, and the stop in Argentina, how do you think that will affect the overall title hunt?
Well, I think a lot of riders are going to be going at it basically like the next World Cup is the World Championships. That's the next Supercross type international event for most of these riders on their calendars. A lot of people just basically said they're going to do a lot of racing in Europe to race on these technical tracks. Rock Hill, a little bit of technicality on that third straightaway, a lot of fast speed down the first and second straightaway, especially the berm jump's technical. It's difficult. But I think a lot of riders aren't looking at, they're looking at it like a block of great training with one event in between, and then maybe a little bit of a break before that. And there's also been some people that said they may not go to Argentina, depending how they sit in the standings and such, but it'll be interesting to see. But I think this year was a little odd because of all this tight racing right in the beginning, especially people from the United States of America had a lot of races up in front. Europeans had a lot of races in the last few weeks, and it seems like there's always been block racing in Europe, where now, and Australia basically just finished their season a couple of weeks ago, so everyone was kind of primed for these events. So I guess you would know more than I about the training aspect of it, but I think it's probably pretty good. They get a good, solid next block of training in for those Worlds, and then the people going to Argentina will again have another sufficient time to get back onto their A game, to go into those finals, to get some good results. And that track may not be the most technical track, but it's a lot of fun. It's a great place to hit.
Yes, it is. Santiago del Estero is a great racetrack, and it doesn't always have to be super technical to be a great racetrack. So it's nice to have a mix of technical and fast and long. I don't think there's too many fans of the short ones, regardless. But it's always nice to have a good mix, especially when you have a series over the course of a year or a few months, that there's a variety that you know, riders can showcase speed, power, and skill.
And I think next year, you know, again, this was an off Olympics year, just coming off, and these first 4 World Cups were some of the biggest World Cups we've had to date. So that's a great sign. I think next year, the plan is nothing's official. There's going to be 5 rounds of the World Cup, so basically 10 events, which should be pretty interesting. So that's not confirmed, but that's what it looks like it's going to be as of right now. So should be, you know, again, gearing up a lot of racing, and I think that's the thing. They're going to try to keep it, you know, this format I think worked for these two events. But how do you sustain the momentum and the energy for those type of events when you only have 5 weekends? So you could do 2 back-to-backs and still have one kind of out in the middle of nowhere, maybe off the back of another big race in a different country or something. So it should be interesting, but you know, I think it'd be nice to have a race back in Australia. They have a great facility there in Sleeman. It's an incredible race facility. Everything, you know, I'm sure in the next couple of, you know, the next season or two, we're going to go back into the Asia area. Obviously before we go to Tokyo, and it'll be a test event there. So it'll be interesting to see. But at the same point, you see these countries developing for something, I think, a little bit more. I think in the past we also expected it to be a little bit relaxed this year, but I was surprised on how many people, not necessarily just the young ones, a lot of veterans coming back and being on the tour and being excited about Supercross. So it's great to see riders like Damien Godet and Vincent Pelluard and just being out there hitting the tracks and doing well as well, you know, in addition to.
Nice. Wow, Pete D in the pits. Pete D is joining us in the hot box.
Oh, it's hot in here.
It's a bit warm in here. Sam Cools is just gotten back. She was out doing some reconnaissance.
Manicure, pedicure.
Well, that'll probably happen when she gets back home, maybe. But we're doing some reconnaissance, just cruising the general grounds, watching the women warm up, cool down, do their thing.
So did you get to your fan questions, Jason?
Oh, I did. And then you and I got in this enthralling conversation about.
Did you get to what do you think the next big thing will be for BMX?
Oh, that's pretty broad as far as.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next big thing for BMX. I will say what I want to be the next big thing for BMX is some legitimate outside entity pouring cash into the sport.
Oh, okay.
And the riders. So that's what I would like to see the next big thing. But I think the next big thing we're going to really see, and we've started to see it, but I think we're going to see more companies doing more carbon. I think we're going to see more disc brakes, and dare I say, even more technology as the BMX community is opening up to more than just what has been traditional. So that's good.
Did you comment on why Joris or Nick Long weren't competing this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. We had a conversation with Nick Long, actually.
All right. Well,
that's
all I got for you.
Hopefully I keep my position after that. But yeah, Nick was very disappointed to not be able to race, but and commented on Joris. We discussed that, how that can mix things up with points. Joris won, and Sylvan won, and Connor won. And so here we are.
So we talk about that main event today. Corbin Sherrill looks fast.
He does look fast, and I would say
Tori Nyhog looks good. He came back from that crash. Interesting to see.
Let me see
he's been coming from the outside all day, and now, as you remember yesterday, he was on the outside. Just kept out, hung out a little bit, but you have Vandenberg again. He's been consistent. When he's been in the main both times this year, he's got second. So
Shiraz picking first, and I don't suspect that the people picking after him, I think there's one person who would probably pick and have a great opportunity at shutting Corbin down, but I don't think it'll be like yesterday. Because Connor's tall. So all he needs to do is get out decently, and he can get his elbow in front of somebody. But Corbin is looking so strong. I don't know that the lineup, the matchup that Sam and I were talking about earlier when we were talking about who we'd like to race and not like to race, I don't think the matchup is that good. So really it's up to Corbin to just not be late.
I think nobody likes to be, no disrespect, nobody likes to be next to Twan Von Gent. He's
Agreed.
a guy that's very physical out of the gate.
Yes.
He's got his elbows wide down the first few pedals, and if he gets out in front of you, you're not going to get past him.
Yeah.
Romain Malhu's been on point today. He's been a little bit inconsistent. He made the main one day last week. Yesterday he was out early, but he looks good. His gate in the last semifinal was definitely obviously quick. He was the fastest one in that semi, so he's going to be there. Dave Vandenberg, and he's been on fire. So yesterday he had a good run. He was actually, looks like he was keeping up. I wouldn't say he was pulling, but he was keeping up with Connor, keeping him honest around the whole track. And he said he was just waiting for a mistake, and it never happened with Connor. Connor, when he's on, he's on. So that was a good run. Sylvain Andre, he could come from anywhere. Renkule, he hasn't been riding well, in my opinion, to what he's compared himself to. So I think it's good for him to be in the main. But I think if he's going to be next to Tori's going to have an incredible start. And David Graff, he's the new magician. I know, Carlos Ramirez is the little magician.
I'll give you that.
David Graff will pull it out of anywhere, and he gets the Ironman award for coming back with that Skeletor left hand. Basically, no skin on it. He had to wear that glove all day and still fought through it. So you got to have a lot of respect for him, whether you care for his opinions or not. But so it'll be interesting to see these guys up on the gate. Corbin, same thing. When Corbin gets a good start, he's great. Will he be able to do it? Who will go next to him? That'll be a big key in it. And then who, if anybody's going to cut anybody off, because we saw that yesterday in both those main events. Everybody wants to be on the inside. Most of the riders said basically 4 here is like 8 at most other tracks. fifth on is not ideal. So it's going to be a good battle with those guys out. Someone like Tori may pick gate 8 just to be all the way on the outside, thinking whoever gets 7 will be easy prey, but it'll be interesting to see.
Well, we will see. We will see. That was a good rundown. Twan Van Gent has not looked as strong as he normally has out of the gate, but he has been riding well. All of the Dutch riders are fundamentally sound. Going back to people like Robert de Wilde and Jorg de Lauw, Wilco Gronendal, they are all fundamentally sound. That's for sure. Looks like we are getting ready for the women's.
Yeah, and I'm going to go out.
Elite.
I'm going to watch because I'm going to see a good battle between Smulders and Pahone. Yesterday,
That's right.
Laura hit the gate ever so slightly, and Mariana was like a shark in the ocean with blood. She saw it. She came over. She shut the door, and she took the win. So
with blood, guys.
We'll get
with
you
blood.
back with Samantha and Jay. Pete's going to be back in the pits and interviewing today's winner. So.
All right,
luck,
Pete D,
fellas.
thanks for having a conversation with me. Sam Cools. There's our starting lineup. Smulders, Pahone, Bondarenko, Hernandez, Christensen, Bao, Hausman, and Priest. Sam Cools, please introduce us to them formally.
Looks like in lane 8, from Germany, Nadia Priest. We're going to move over to lane 7. First year elite women, plate 29, Ruby Hausman. Next to her, 388, Judy Bao. She's shouting out to her mom, Happy Mother's Day, Judy Bao's mom. 210 from Denmark, Simone Christensen. Giving you all a little bit of wave. Next to her, with plate 469, putting it on strong today, Stephanie Hernandez. We have the plate 89 from Russia, Yaroslava Bondarenko. I bet you, I don't know what she's putting, but I bet you it's Happy Mother's Day, Mommy. I love you. From the golden girl with the golden bike in lane 2, Mariana Pahone. And next to her, from the Netherlands, with that national champion flag, Laura Smulders.
These are your 8 women finalists, the best of the best in women elite racing.
There we go. Thank you for the up close and personal intro, Sam. We will see you in the second corner as the women are ready to go for the main event. Out of the gate they go. Looks like they're off to a good start. We drop Pahone at the first jump, and Smulders is just taking it into the first corner, followed by Bao and Hernandez. Hernandez with some consistency, but right now it's Smulders, Bao, and Hernandez as they head into turn 2. Sam, please take us home.
Smulders put it in another gear, and she is looking strong through that third straightaway, followed by Bao for the second, but she just goes down. Christensen picks up that second place, and in the third place, it's going to be the 469 bike. Can she hold off Bondarenko? I don't know. It's going to be a close one, but it's Hernandez picking up that 3. So very similar to yesterday's podium. Laura Smulders first, Simone Christensen for the second, and Stephanie Hernandez picking up that third place finish.
Wow, Smulders rising to the occasion head-to-head. Just a great first straight and solid ride all the way around the track. Christensen getting into second place. Hernandez going into third, back into fifth, and then back into third again, capitalizing on Bao's mistake into the last corner. Pahone getting caught up down the first straight, and then again with Bao in the last corner. What a race. That was just an amazing race. And here comes here comes Laura Smulders. Team TVE waving to the crowd. She has definitely worked very hard over the last few seasons. Nice to see the women congratulate each other. Best of the best. High fives. Pahone knowing that Smolders is a great competitor and vice versa. Smolders throwing up the number 1. Winners or grinners.
She had a great gate, great first start.
That was solid.
From start to finish.
For a very short flower ceremony for these top
Well, you know, the Dutch riders, in any way, shape, or form, short, tall, man, woman, they are so fundamentally sound. There's your official: Smolders, Christensen, Hernandez, Bondarenko, Huisman, Priest, Pahon, and Bao. Pahon and Bao not normally in a 7th and 8th position. However, these World Cups, anything can happen, and anything just did. Anything just did. But yeah, the Dutch riders are so fundamentally sound. It's almost, when you watch them race, it's almost like they're literally pulling a page out of the book for whatever it is they're doing, whether it's a gate start or a pass or going over the jumps. And so their scientific approach to the riding is definitely something to be
and it should say something with having 3 Dutch riders in that final.
Yes, for sure. I mean, definitely speaks to the country's commitment and the riders in that country's commitment to the sport and women's elite racing as well. I mean, because the men and the women are really, they show up strong and well. So we definitely are going to probably look for Pete, waiting for Pete to get everything situated down there in the pits. I'm sure there's a lot of cords and cameras and chasing around of athletes that are trying to catch their breath, and they're walking around with their chaperone. And so when these riders cross the line, you have the press waiting to take their pictures, and then you have UCI waiting there to do those official things and sign off on this and that. Meanwhile, everybody wants a piece of them, especially the top 3. So Pete is down there at the pits. From what we understand, they are ready to go. Pete D, introduce us to the winner.
We're here with today's winner, Laura Smolders. Laura, a repeater yesterday, you two next to each other in the gate, but today your gate was on point and you got the win. Tell us about that lap.
Yeah, I was working on my gate the whole day. I didn't have any good gate yesterday, and I knew I had to do a good gate, of course, because in the final you're not going to get anywhere without one. So no, got it right today, and the one in the final was just perfect, and lane 1, so inside. So I had Mariana down the first straight, and I knew if I just kept it clean from there, probably nobody was going to pass me. So I had a really clean lap. I'm stoked on another win.
So to come away with out of the first 4 World Cups with 3 wins, tell us how exciting that is to start off this incredible World Cup season. Yeah, it's incredible, as you say. Really happy. Training was really good this winter, and you see it pay off now, and it's a really good feeling. I hope I can take this to Worlds, and we'll see there. But yeah, I'm gonna work hard and see if I can get another win. Well, congratulations on this 3rd win and an awesome comeback from yesterday. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short flower ceremony on the finish line.
Finish line interview. Laura Smolders, what a great finish line interview. My favorite thing, Sam, she said, I worked on my gate all day. And a lot of riders get caught up in not having it perfectly done. There's Stephanie Hernandez, another 3rd place finish. Smiles on her face. It's always nice to see. She's come a long way. Future doctor in training, Simone Christensen with the 2nd place. Happy the day is done, and on the podium. And the winner from the Netherlands, Laura Smolders, winning 3 of 4, definitely putting her stamp on these rounds here in Europe at the BMX Supercross World Cup. But yes, to talk about working on her gate throughout the day, that's really good, because a lot of riders get caught up in having it perfect. right off the bat, not understanding that it is a process, and she just worked right through it. And it was there for her when she needed it most. And so that's how you rise to the occasion, young people. So, elite men coming up. The final reads this way: Sharab, Matthew, Van Gent, Vandenberg, Renkerel, Nijhag, Graf, and Andre. It really could be any man's race, which is why they are lining up on the gate. Give you an up-close and personal interview when they are ready. You see the cameraman getting ready as the riders are all having that conversation with themselves, sitting back, some of them with their heads down, looking for that bulletproof focus, calm under pressure, so they can rise to the occasion.
How does it feel for you?
Well, first I worked for it the whole winter and years, and
Waiting for Miss Laura Smolders to give her interview to the crowd. Like I said, the
working great together, and we'll see the next few weeks. So we'll work hard, and
everybody wants a piece of the winner, getting pulled in all different directions. And the crowd likes to show their respects to the winner here in Europe. That's always nice. You hear the bass trembling. The men are getting ready. We are ramping up on top of the 8-meter ramp. BMX Supercross World Cup, Housden, Zolder, Belgium, excuse me. Last lap of the day, elite men, final. We have some Olympians in there. We have some national champions in there. We have some medalists in there. Long list of credentials for only 8 people.
8 of the best men in the world lining up on the gate.
It's real. Number 39, Sylvain Andre.
Let's hear it for Sylvain Andre.
Smile on his face. He says he's going full throttle. Next to him is number 48, David Graf from Switzerland.
David Graf.
Number 49, the Canadian, grabbing some airspace. That would be Tori Nijhag coming out of lane 6. Right next to him, Jeremy Renkerel from France. Kind of a quiet power this gentleman has. Vandenberg, nothing quiet about him. Ball of muscle just steamrolling around the track as of late. Dutch national champion. Twan Van Gent, he's won big before. He'll be looking to do some damage.
Another French bombshell in this one.
Number 100, Mr. Maheu. And in lane 1, USA national champion, Tucson seated and breeded, looking for daylight is Mr. Corbin Shara. Focused and ready, these 8 men are ready to go. Anything can happen. As we wait for the call,
Good luck, guys.
round number 4, elite men, final. And we're official. Shh. Out of the gate they come. Looks like Shara might just be a little bit late. Van Gent shutting him down. Van Gent into the first corner. The best gate of the day he has, and it's in the main event. So it's Van Gent, Andre, and Renkerel 1 and 2 with Shara in 4. Maheu going down, or Renkerel going down. Sam, take it away.
Van Gent, Andre 1 and 2 into the last turn. It looks like Van Gent is running away with Andre into the second place. Up in the third place, it's the number 100 of Matthew. That's going to be your top three. Van Gent, Andre, Matthew from France. Vandenberg picking up the fourth place finish.
Wow. Disappointment for Corbin Schirra. Pete D called it. Van Gent shut him down. Van Gent was not getting all too good of a starts today, except for the main event. And that's where you rise to the occasion. He was here to win. He obviously did that. The Red Bull rider for the Orange Army, Twan Van Gent, winning big today. Very disappointing for Renkerel going down. Andre picking up that second place. And Mathieu sliding in for the third. As we see the media wanting a piece of the winner. Mr. Landrum there. Number 148, Twan Van Gent.
He had a solid first straightaway.
Solid first straightaway, great lap. And you can see as all the riders were crossing the finish line, it's definitely a little bit harder for those legs to turn those pedals. Nonetheless, the final. Twan Van Gent, Sylvain Andre, Mathieu, Vandenberg, Nijhaug, Renkerel, Graf, and Schirra. That is the official results for round 4 of the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup here in Heusden, Zolder, Belgium. What an amazing run as we see Sylvain Andre. Sure, he has some friends in the crowd. He making his way off the track, getting some love, giving some love. It's important to note that this is a lifestyle sport, and as athletic as these gentlemen and women are, or ladies and gentlemen are, women and men are, they put a lot of passion into this sport. You just don't do these things if you're not passionate about it. Some people do, but I'd venture to say about 98% of us that have and do bring it with passion. So it's nice to see that passion reciprocated from the riders to the fans to the crew. Definitely the commentators, myself and Sam Cools, do our best to bring it to you.
And those who don't have the passion, I don't think you'll see them on the top of the box.
Probably not, or they won't last as long out there.
No.
As we see the riders, I'm sure Pete D is getting everything situated. Cameras and cords, and making his way over to the winner, Twan, signing autographs, shaking hands, kissing babies. As he heads over to Pete.
We're here with today's elite men's winner, Twan Van Gent. Twan, an incredible race there. Talk us through that lap.
Well, I crashed yesterday. Hurt my shoulder really bad. Didn't think I was riding today, but eventually it went better when the races started. And in the main event, I came out good out of the gate and locked carbon up. And then didn't make too much mistakes. I lost rate. My legs felt empty. Almost crashed myself in the last jump, but still managed to take the win. Really happy about that one because last time I won one was 2012 Abbotsford. Yeah.
So coming off a race last weekend, I know you wanted to win. You satisfy yourself last of the 4 rounds of the World Cups in a row with a win. How satisfying does it feel?
Really great. I never expected it today. I was just racing for getting the less damage and points in the ranking. Well, didn't expect to win today, so really great and awesome feeling. Belgium is almost home, so really great to win it here. I rather wanted to pop in the but I was close there. I was on the podium, so yeah, happy to make it like 2 weekends in a row, and then win the last one. It's great luck up.
Well, welcome back to the top of the podium.
Thank you.
Very nice indeed. Twan Van Gent presses the reset button on his win chart. And you hear that. That is a Red Bull-sponsored athlete, Olympian. And he said the last time he won a World Cup was 2012. Here he is, almost 5 years later. Had some podiums. The winner. Third place, Romain Mahieu smiles. Definitely put in a good show as his countryman. Second place, Sylvain Andre, showing well in Papendal and definitely here today. And right here, the winner, Twan Van Gent. Winners are grinners. So there's the official. Twan Van Gent, Sylvain Andre, Romain Mahieu. And that was such a great final. A lot of lessons learned. Not giving up, perseverance. Twan Van Gent said his legs were soft and down the finish line. Standings for the women. Smolders, Christensen, Pahone, Bondarenko, Bao, Hernandez, Reynolds, and Hausman, top 8. Suvarova, Shriva, Veenstra, Mayer, Priest, Stavo, Bernal, and Petch rounding out the top 16. Men's standings so far, Sylvain Andre pops back up to the front with Vanderberg, Nyhog, Fields, Van Gent, Turner, Mahieu, and Rek Carell, top 8. Rounding out the top 16 will be Tremanis, Sherrod, Daudet, Keeman, Dean, Ramirez, Kriegers, and Villegas. That is the standings. The next time we see you at a World Cup will be round number 5 in Santiago del Estero, Argentina. That will be September 19th. It will be hot down there in South America. That is going to do it. Sam Cools, what do you think?
I had a blast. Thank you so much, Jason. It was great being with you here in the Hot Box today and the past couple events that we've had. So I really awesome.
Well, you know, I saw the sun shining in your eye. It was nice hanging out with you. As much as we've traveled the world kind of together when we were racing, it was great to actually get to know you and hang out and talk BMX on a very deep level. And we surely appreciate you being here, Sam. So on behalf of myself, Dr. J. Rich, Jason Richardson, and Sam Cools, Grunson, we bid you adieu, and we will see you at the next stop for the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in, people of BMX. We love you. Take care.
Riders ready, watch the gate.